Ding, boom, boom, boom. Here we are back again. Day 2, Lovable Leader launch event. Oh, sorry, I was getting an echo. That was weird. Okay, here we are. Lovable Leader launch day number 2. Amazing. Still getting an echo. Okay. How about now? Okay, we're good. Okay. Whew. Sorry about that, everyone. Still getting that echo. I don't understand why. Give me a moment, everyone. Sorry about this. All right. Is the echo gone? Oh, wait, I know where it's coming from. Nope, it's not coming from there. I lied. Be right back. All right. Still getting the echo. Why does this happen? We'll be back, folks. Here we go. Headphone change pretty much solves everything, I think. And let's just change that. Settings. And we're good to go. All right, here we are. We are back. Day Leader launch event. Nope. Still getting an echo. All right, we're going to try this again one last time. Think we've solved it. Yes, finally. God, like 10,000 settings to get this in order. I am so sorry about that, everyone. I am back. I am no longer getting the echo in my headphones, which would have distracted me for the entire day. And I got an amazing lineup of amazing guests, and I wouldn't want to be distracted during that. So here's what we're talking about today. I've only got about 5 minutes, I think, remaining for me to tell you about the context of today. And then I'm going to bring on my first guest, which is Yvonne Alston. So today I'm talking about a section inside of the section I spoke about yesterday with Jeff Harry called Safe Travels. And this is all about how to create safety on your teams. And inside of that, there's a section that I have called the 8 commitments of the team. So I'm going to read you a little something from it. This is going to set up what this entire day is about. It's not a very long section, but it's going to set the agenda for the day and help you understand what it is that we're talking about. So this part's called Who Should Be on Your Team. At the start of your journey, you'll want to make sure you have the right team in place. This is the stage at which you must explicitly state the values of your team and the vision. By focusing on these attributes first and connecting with something deeper than the person's resume, you increase the likelihood that all of your team members will be willing to work together toward the same goal. This exercise can immediately, unintentionally go off track because we tend to hire people who are just like us. You see this in startup culture all the time. A brilliant 20-something white guy partners with his close friends, all who happen to be white guys in their 20s, and they launch a company. It's not long before the boys club is back in business and the environment is challenging for women and BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color members. There are benefits to a homogenous team. For instance, when everyone shares a similar background, cultural references are understood, jokes are often inoffensive, and work can often move quickly. However, this leads to glaring blind spots, both strategically and culturally. This is why the definition of a team should point to something deeper. There are certain commitments of a lovable team. If you can build your team vision and values while honoring these principles, you should be on the right path to building a dynamic, diverse, inclusive, and safe team where everyone can show up as their best selves. These are the 8 commitments of a team that can travel safely together. The first, and this is what I'm going to be speaking about with Yvonne, is safety and protection. Number 2 is communication guidelines. Number 3 is alignment. Number 4 is ownership. Number 5 is growth. Number 6 is courage. Number 7 is resilience. And number 8 is cooperation. So let's look at more of these in detail. And I'm going to start by bringing in Yvonne Alston, who is going to start with talking about both safety and protection, which are in the same commitment, but are kind of 2 different things. And we're going to have to explore the whole thing. I've got Yvonne for the next 40 minutes, which I can't even tell you how awesome that is for me because I love speaking to her so much. Yvonne, welcome to Lovable Leader launch event, day 2. You're my kickoff event. Hi.
So honored, so honored, so excited to be talking to you this afternoon. And hello to everyone who's tuning in.
So we have so much to talk about today, and I have a timer that I'm setting for us because so you and I are notorious for like setting a call where we're just like going to say hi. And then like an hour and a half later, we're like, oh, wow, I have to go make dinner. And yeah, so I want to keep us real focused on safety and protection. And I'm so glad that you came to talk about this. These are 2 very important topics. So in the context of the commitments of the team,
Sure.
I think most people would agree that leaders need to serve as like a shining example for their team. So with that in mind, how do the leaders who create safety on their teams, the ones who do it best, how do they behave that's different from, kind of the run-of-the-mill standard leader dropped in their position that may not know any better?
Yeah. Thanks for asking that. That is a really, really important question. So, right off the rip, I would say not just being focused on the transactional aspects of the employee engagement, right? And their teams, not looking at folks as just what they do for the organization, what they do for the team, their capabilities, but really understanding who they are. And if, as a leader, you're going to provide safety, you have to know who they are. What are the lived experiences that they're willing to share that have really shaped their own preferences, their behaviors, right? And how has, I think, their personal and professional life experiences informed those things?
One of the things I always love about speaking with you is that you so effortlessly bring humanity into the workplace, which is something that is very difficult for a lot of people to do. So I realized before we actually go even deeper down this path, why don't we pause for a second? Because I take for granted the fact that I know you so well and I know so much about the work you're doing. I've gotten to attend panels that you've been on. I look forward to attending many more workshops and things that you do. But there's some people out here who unfortunately don't yet know you, which is the position I was in until Chris introduced us. So, would
Yeah,
you do those people a favor and contextualize what you do, what you bring to the table here, so that the discussion that we're about to have about safety and protection makes a little bit more sense?
sure, absolutely. So, hello, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Yvonne Alston. I am the Chief Culture Architect and CEO of Indelible Impressions Consulting. We are a diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy firm based out of Connecticut. We work with organizations of all sizes, for profit, nonprofit, municipalities, even paramilitary organizations, to really help them assess their culture, where they're at versus where they need to be, and help them to close those gaps. And we do this very intentionally and specifically, as you know, Jeff, with a head and heart approach, right? We believe in servant leadership. We believe that in order for change to be sustainable, it's not just about teaching folks DEI principles and belonging as well, from just an education and a head approach, but the heart, right? The heart really being the place of sustainable change. Otherwise, it yields compliance. And nobody's interested in compliance. We want authentic change that transforms individuals, how they think, how they feel, and how they behave as a result of that.
And one of the reasons why I just so love the work that you do in the very specific way that you do it is that I've actually seen it DEI approaches that focus very much on what are the actions, behaviors we expect from people, but
Yeah.
without regard to actually changing hearts and minds. You know, just comply with this and that creates equitable work environments. And while in principle that does make some sense, I also that's not the position that you know that I take in life is like there I'm not about amorality. Like there is a right way to create a team where the safety is authentic. It's not by following a set of rote instructions, but it's by creating an actual environment of safety. So I've always really resonated with your approach because from day one I saw that we were aligned around trying to actually make better work environments. So
Yeah.
I do want to start out because I think it's helpful to contrast these things because, you know, I write this section about the 8 commitments of the team. It could sound like, oh, that's a lot of work.
Mhm.
These are going to be uncomfortable conversations. God, it just sounds like so much and whatever. Well, let's start by making the case by addressing what the problem would look like. What does it look like? And you've seen these teams, and they
Mhm.
can go from extreme to just kind of things are a little uneasy. What does it
Right.
look like on a team where safety is not present, where there's not a
Oh my
commitment
goodness.
amongst all of the people on the team to create that circle of safety for the people on the team?
Yeah. So I will say what I've seen being in this space, as well as what I've experienced myself, is the one thing that most of us loathe, right? It's the den of vipers, it's crabs in a barrel. It's often rife with competition and a lot of posturing. You constantly have to worry about these gotcha moments, right? You can't be caught as some folks say, of like slipping, right? You can't make a mistake because you're worried about how the team, right, is going to talk about you, or raise red flags about your performance. And that is not safety. That is harm. That is a lot of emotional labor, and that is an assault on one's capabilities within the workplace setting.
What do you think I mean, I think we all, when you describe the pit of vipers, that
Mhm.
really was like a very resonant image for me in my mind. And I think most people listening uh,
Yeah.
have at least experienced something in their life, some environment where they felt like everyone was gunning for them, or they just didn't feel safe to
Yeah.
bring their full selves. Well,
Right.
what what do you think the sort of net business effect of that is? Because I mean, we have to often present, DEI issues or psychological safety issues or play at work. All of these we have to present. What's the business case for? Because we're here to make money, right?
Right.
So,
Yep.
on the one hand, I think you and I can both agree to a certain extent. There's a human aspect of that where it's like, well, it doesn't matter. This is just the right thing to do. But if we have to make that case, well, why does it matter if we create safety?
Safety.
Why does it matter if the team is
Yeah.
actually committed to safety for one another?
Right. So this is something that your guest from yesterday, who's also going to be sharing some virtual space with me later today, Chris Lynn, we talk about this a lot, right? He is a leading people first leader in terms of his makeup, right? But then also for what he does for Ironox, as well as what he does for Indelible. And what we often talk about to clients is this human and business case, right? There's both, and they need to be contemplated simultaneously. So it's yes, from the business performance perspective, when you have teams where there is true safety, right, on the team, there's emotional safety, there's physical safety, people can perform at their best, right, in very honest and authentic ways. You unencumber the creativity and the effectiveness of individuals. And I'll say that I recall that even for myself, Jeff, when I was in corporate, when I felt like I couldn't bring my whole self to the workplace, when I had to leave parts of myself at the front door, or I was working with a teammate that I knew didn't have my best interests at heart or might be gunning for me in the background, and I just didn't feel safe to make a mistake or a misstep, right? Then I had to always, number one, have some internal conversations with myself of how to engage with that individual. But then on top of it, from a performance standpoint, that tape or that loop or those concerns are constantly playing in the background as I'm trying to perform the job. And you can't fire on all cylinders that way. You can't bring out the best of yourself, and leaders can't get the best out of their teams when those facets occur. And I would say the same thing when dealing one on one with a leader. If you have a leader who's volatile, who yells and screams, who's not open to your ideas, your thoughts, let alone 360 feedback, you don't feel comfortable and safe going to them with ideas, being able to challenge organizational norms, and all of those things. So it really precludes the organization at a higher level, from a business level, of achieving the best out of their people, innovating the best, solving more problems, and putting more solutions into the marketplace for their product or service.
I imagine it almost like running and like trying to run at full speed while still holding back. And it's like, well, obviously, you can't run full speed if you're not
Yeah,
giving it everything. And you can't give everything if you're fearful that giving some of that is going to come back and actually harm you. So that
yeah,
makes complete sense to me. And I think from the role of a leader, your job is to create that safe environment. But at the same time,
absolutely.
we also know that as a leader, part of our job is to ensure that our team carries those same values through. So I was
Right.
curious,
Yeah.
where I wanted to kind of take it next was, you do work in DEI, or
Yep.
Jedi has become a term that's also become quite popular, and I only remember it because I think I'm a Star Wars geek, and I remember Jedi for that reason. But these are becoming topics that are more and more present in the business space,
Mm,
thankfully. But where does that work intersect with safety and protection for the team?
yeah.
As a leader of the team, obviously you have to be fluent in understanding and open-minded and empathetic and humble enough to make mistakes and fix them and all of that. But then you have to multiply that by all the people on the team. So where does that work intersect, and how does it help to create the safety on the team?
Yeah. Let me just pivot back for one quick second
Yeah.
about something you just touched on, which I think is so critical for leaders. And for myself as a leader of my organization, this is something that I'm constantly challenged with, but that I'm willing to challenge myself to meet the moment, right? And that's openness to discussing achievement and missing the mark by the leader. by
Yes.
the leader, right? So if I want to create more safety with my team, I have to be able to feel safe too, but I also have to lead by doing, right? By exemplifying that, right? So that means that if there's something that I don't know, I have to be willing to say that, right? This expectation sometimes of leaders that if you get to the level of being a leader, you know everything, you understand everything and how it works. But that's just not true. Hopefully your team is built and your bench is comprised of folks that are subject matter experts in different areas, and then you from this perspective overarchingly, right, you're setting strategy, you're executing on those things, but it really is the people who should have at least strengths in certain areas that you do not, so that it continues to grow and you learn from one another, right? That iron sharpens iron. So I think it's really important for leaders to be able to um, themselves be authentically vulnerable with their teams and to create this reciprocity of trust and openness, um, that I don't think that they're probably teaching it now in business school, but I think as I've gone along in my journey as a leader, this is something that leaders talk about a lot. And so there's that one aspect, right, of exemplifying that, but then there's also, you want to create a culture to where you feel safe as a leader within the construct of your team. We talked about the ideas, right, about colleagues gunning for one another. But let's talk about the fact that when you're a leader, you want to be able to feel like your team has your back, your best interests at heart, especially when they're talking about you when you're not in the room, right? You want them to say, like, oh, wow, I think about the indelible team. I want them to say that Yvonne is open, she's vulnerable, she's equitable in her practices, she's inclusive when she's setting strategy, when we're discussing policies and processes, all those things. And in the course of that and developing those really strong relationships with the team, guess what? I have no qualms about them having my back when it comes to executing the vision, when it comes to them walking out principles of indelible impressions with clients. And I never have to worry about what they're saying about me or indelible when I'm not in the room.
I love it. I'm so glad you doubled back because we're going to actually push the question about Jedi and DEI out for a second. I got a
Sure.
really good comment from our mutual friend Chris, who asked,
Yeah.
Jeff, are they teaching safety in business schools? And I can tell you, when I got my MBA from Drexel, I do not remember a single discussion, one, about being vulnerable enough to admit when you are wrong as a leader. I don't even
Yep.
remember conversations really about leadership. It was more about like how to run a business, this, and that, and the other thing. And in addition to that, um, the scariness of that idea
Yeah.
is part and parcel the fact that we're not talking about it in business schools, and part and parcel because, again, there is this culture that as the leader, you're supposed to know everything. So even when you first brought that up, and me in the way I think about business, still knowing that yes, being vulnerable as a leader is important,
Hmm.
I still felt a little bit of that, ooh, I don't know about all that, admitting that I don't know something to my team. But then
Yeah.
what if somebody's gunning for my position and now I've just revealed a weakness that they're going to attack? And that reveals a lack of trust on the team. So what I was going to ask you when you brought that up was, how does that actually start in practice? Because on the one hand, you could say it's my job as a leader to go first. I
Yep.
show the vulnerability to say that I don't know, and I'm going to open it up and create a space where I'm asking for safety to be part of the way we do things. On the other hand, you may have been dropped into a team where that's not the culture. That's
Right.
not how that team is traditionally operated. Now you're in charge of that team as the leader. How do you create the space for that to be the way that we do things? Do you need a level set meeting? How would you typically walk a leader through that as they're coming into a team and trying to get a team to commit mutually to the idea of creating safety for one another?
Yeah. I think a lot of it starts with communication, conversation, right? And setting that tone and tenor with the team of, this is something that is important for us to move forward and be successful. I want you to know that, you know, in addition to this open door policy that we might have one-on-one, it's really important that we as a collective and as a team feel like that we can share with one another uh, both successes and also some of our misses, right? And that I, as the leader, fully intend to be able to do that as well. But let's just talk about some of the, if it's highlighting some of the historical issues, and maybe even starting off with having a conversation and asking the question of, do you feel safe in this environment, right? Kind of taking the temperature of the team and
Yeah.
saying, do you feel that safety exists here within us? And seeing what people say and saying, we want to create that. If it doesn't exist, how can we create that? And the beauty of that is getting in a room and solutioning together within itself starts to create the opportunity for courage and safety. But you've got to take that first step forward, and you have to be vulnerable, and you have to be a little bit brave, knowing that, hey, there's a chance I might get a little bit burned on the backside of this thing, but we all have to start somewhere. And I would like to think that for organizations today, that they're attuned to this a little bit more, right? Because there's so much conversation happening about it. Even if it's not something that they were taught in business school, even if it's not a part of the onboarding process for new leaders, which hint, hint, human resources and people leader uh, teams and organizations, this is something that should be part of leadership onboarding, is making sure that leaders are equipped for that. But yeah, I think that is absolutely the place to start, and that's something that I've done with my own organization. And I can even tell you, Chris Lynn is a great example of this, because Chris has skills in other areas, and I know we're going to touch on this tonight, like around collaboration and all of that. But it's amazing to me, and it's so fulfilling to me as well, when I can go to Chris and I'm like, hey, so what do you think about this? Like, yes, I understand that I'm in this space and I'm the leader of this organization, but I'm not 100% sure that if we go about this way, we're going to get the outcomes that I want, or that we want collectively as an organization. So what do you think? And I need you to be really honest about it. If that's like a crappy idea, I need you to tell me that's a crappy idea. Don't do that. And we need to be able to talk about it. So I think it's sticking your toe in the water and testing it a little bit, and then building on that more and more. But it doesn't come without risk. And that's the thing with being a leader. You have to risk some things with your team, as well as you're innovating for solutions and so forth. It's all about risk, taking calculated risks, but also putting yourself out there. And I think that teams respect that. I think for the most part, unless you've got some outlier, and again, you're walking into a den of vipers and crabs in a barrel, you're going to have some people sitting back going, oh wow, that's amazing. Like, oh wow, like Yvonne just divulged that she's really technically challenged in this way or this facet. And we're at a tech company. Like, ooh. But you know what I mean? It creates that open door of sharing. And the more that we do that, the more that we have those brave conversations, you will find that you will learn so much more about one another. You will then be able to give one another latitude in various areas. You'll be able to grow in other areas, and people will care for you, right? We talk about care and safety. People will care for the whole person. People will care about all of you and all that you bring to the table for the organization as a human being and as a colleague.
I'm wondering what you think about from a very tactical approach of how this might go for a new manager. So I gave the example of maybe they're on a brand new team and they're trying to establish the relationship. And as you were kind of explaining the process of having that conversation with the team, it occurred to me there's a couple different ways that could go. You could start by actually meeting with each member of the team so they have a safe space, not in front of everyone, to
Mm,
share how it really is on the team. And that
yeah.
might be tough because if you're brand new, they may not trust you enough to give you the real deal of what's going on. But I revealed the framework in the book yesterday, sitting on the same side of the table, which I think could be
Mm,
useful here, of kind of, setting the goals in the context of the conversation, listening, being curious, validating people's experiences, aligning with your
absolutely.
own goals, and then closing the loop. And then maybe bringing that, after you've spoken with everyone individually, to the larger group. At the
Yeah.
same time, I also imagine that there's instances where the group dynamic may actually reveal things by kind of allowing things to come to a head. And also with larger teams, that can sometimes be difficult. Like, oh, I have to have 45 conversations before this larger meeting.
Right.
So I'm wondering, in the practice of creating safe spaces in our companies, is
Hmm.
there a particular approach that you think has shown to be the most successful, maybe when the stakes are higher or when the conditions are more tumultuous and in conflict?
Right.
Um, does it make more sense to maybe provide training before having a conversation? Does it make sense to have the conversation first on a one-on-one and then maybe to go to group? So just tactically, kind of if you could walk through some of the things that, it doesn't have to be one approach, but are there any particular approaches that you found most successful?
Right. I would say, it's similar to the approach of when indelible impressions, those culture assessments, right? So we take that approach from a data standpoint. So I would probably, go into a new organization and wanting to get some background, if possible, from the previous leader, but definitely from human resources or people leader advocates within the organization, as well as even some of the partners, the internal partners of the organization, to figure out what their experience has been with working and collaborating with that team and where they might see some of the challenges. Then moving into that one on one conversation space, if possible. If not, kind of sitting back and being an observer for a while, right? Whether that's sitting in on team discussions, if that's, hey, can I be in the room? And that can be a little bit uncomfortable, but being in the room as team members are meeting with cross functional teams, right? To see how that engagement is going and what's going on. And then maybe bringing that forward in that group team, dynamic, and having those important discussions. But I think that intersection there is also the opportunity for training once you know and you've seen what's going on and what some of the challenges are, bringing learning and design folks into the picture, into the discussion, to be able to say, hey, we could use this together collectively. Even if it's a strength for you as a leader, I think there's something very powerful about being in the room as the rest of the team is learning, to open up the opportunity for conversation again and more transparency. And so being a part of that, and then maybe figuring out, who are your I almost want to say, in a way, your allies, right, within the team dynamics, those who you are seeing that are perhaps emerging leaders within the team construct, those who are able to see big picture, those who are able to positively, within team discussions, able to shift conversations back on track, people who are have the ability to kind of quell some of arguments or any of those tension points that exist within the teams, and partner with those folks to continue to bring more opportunity to the team for safety, for transparency, for courageous conversations.
So I want to then go back to the DEI Jedi conversation, because
Yes.
I think there's a good point to bring it back in, which is, a lot of what creates tension inside of a group can be in-group, out-group mentality. It can be unconscious biases. And it's really, you recommended a book to me recently called The Leader's Guide to Unconscious Bias by Pamela Fuller. And
Yep.
I just read that. And it was one of the things I really appreciated about it was how thoroughly it broke down the unconscious part of the bias. Because even when you hear it, you might think, oh, well, you're a bad person for your unconscious bias, where
Right.
it's like, oh no, this is just, we literally, everybody has them. So being
Yes.
aware of them is part and parcel of it. But that can create tension on a team. And oftentimes it's it's conflict that maybe people are unaware of. So where does the DEI work fit in with the ability to create a team where safety and protection is part and parcel of how business is done on a regular basis? Like, where does that come in and why is it important?
Yeah, I would say that when a leader, and using your example a few moments ago about, a new leader coming into a team, right? Understanding what are the dimensions of diversity that exist within that specific team, whether that's from a racial and ethnic lens, diversity among gender, sexual orientation, all of those different facets, whether or not there are different learning abilities that exist within the team, and disabilities, whether those are seen or unseen, right? So trying to get your arms around that. And then I think also trying to understand, has there been a history of things like microaggressions, othering? Have people been subject to, maybe from the previous leader, micromanagement that has really created distrust and schism historically between the leader and the rest of the team? So that's where that DEI and Jedi lens comes in to say, okay, you know, what has been the history, and then how do we move forward from that? And so part of that, just thinking about the D, right, the diversity element first, is there room for diversity of perspectives in how we're approaching problems, right? The pitfalls of one path versus another. Do people have the ability to share their professional and personal experiences to then help with risk mitigation or fleshing out proof of concept, right? All of those other things. And now we're like touching a little bit on the business case aspects, right? Both the human and the business case coming together. And then solutioning, right? What are the full range of outcomes of a particular pathway versus another? And maybe even offering other outcomes that the leader didn't anticipate. So there in that, you have like the D element, right? And then when we get to equity, equity, when I think about it in the team construct, is opportunity to speak, opportunity to share, no matter what your background is, no matter how long you've been with the team, as well as when we think about safety within the E, right? Your ability to challenge norms and rules of engagement that have existed without being penalized. Can you put forth an idea, or speak up about something without being kind of swatted back by a leader or your teammates, right? Can people be upstanders when they see marginalization happening right before their very eyes? And this is something that's been happening with the team for some time.
There's so much there, and I have like 10 paths I want to go down with you. I want to be mindful of how much this is what happens every time we talk. You always get me on like, I
I
want to
know, I
you
know.
made me think about the importance there of inclusion, where that
Yeah,
essentially who is included in the discussions really does help to define what are the policies and procedures and the norms that we're adhering to. And without that, you may be subjecting people to rules and systems that they may not that may disadvantage them without their viewpoints being included in it. So I was wondering if you could talk a bit about the importance of the inclusion piece in creating the safety in addition
yeah.
to the thing that I just mentioned.
And as a leader, it's your job to design opportunities for various voices at the table. I remember having a discussion with someone, and they had noted, like, for a leader to literally like look at meetings on your calendar and take a moment, rather than just going to the meeting, take a moment to actually look at who's supposed to be in the room and who's not, and make sure that you have that you set those opportunities for other folks to add their voices to whatever the topic is. And as a leader, that's your responsibility, is making sure that their voice is heard, and tapping people on the shoulder and saying, hey, we're getting ready to meet to discuss XYZ. I don't know if you have anything to add, but you're welcome to join. Right. And so
Can we pause on
creating.
that point for just a second? Because
Yeah,
like I need that to land for anybody that's listening.
sure.
That part that you just mentioned about
Yeah.
really being thoughtful about the meeting, about who's there and who gets to speak up, without that thoughtfulness to it, what happens is people who are loud and extroverted and excited and maybe a little ADHD, like myself, may come in there, guns blazing, tons of ideas, steamroll over everyone, and then you're not letting other people contribute what their genius that they have to offer in that meeting. So being thoughtful about that as a leader is part and parcel of the way that you create safety. And that is like such an incredible point you just made. I just want to make sure that I called it out,
Yeah.
kind of like recast it, like reset it as best as I could, and then
Yeah.
kind of from there. Yeah. So sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt. I just want to make sure I
No,
pinned
no.
that.
I think that it's great, and you're right, and like all of that intentionality needs to go along with the eye of inclusion, right? Those two words need to be, just joined at the hip, and that is the leader's role, right? So tapping those hooks, but also what happens when you get in the meeting and you just hit on who's talking the loudest and then who kind of sits back because they're not used to being heard, and how do you create those moments where they can. And I have found myself as a leader kind of stepping back and saying, when people are talking and ideating, saying, well, I have some thoughts on this, but Jeff, we haven't heard from you yet. What do you think? What do you think about this approach? Do you have a different lens on this, or is there anything in your background or experience that can add value to this conversation and maybe contemplate a different approach? So it is this notion of like almost, handing someone else the mic, passing even your own self up to hand the mic to someone else who doesn't always get the opportunity to speak. And we see this being really critical, I would say, in organizations and in teams where there's been a history of genderism going on, right? When you got a room full of men and, maybe there's only one other female on the team, and she often does not get the opportunity to speak because the men are in there and they're just talking it all up. And before you know it, and I can speak to this because I've been in that position, I walk out like they weren't even interested in my perspective. They didn't even ask. Nobody passed me the mic. We've got to get really unselfish with that, right? If you want to create safety and protection within teams, we have to be willing not only to be vulnerable, but to be more selfless in our day-to-day interactions with one another.
And I want you to go further down that path with protection that you just started to bring up, because that's the
Yeah.
second piece of it. And this can be very, very tricky in business, as you know, which is if you see something, say something, but at the same time, is it safe to do that? So in the context of safety, it also has to be safe to protect those on your team, even from other team members. And that even means the highest ranking person in the room, that
Yep.
person is not exempt from the accountability of what happens on that team. And I think, when I put together this section, the 8 commitments of the team, my thought was, this isn't about punishment. This isn't about call outs or um, anything like that. This is, how do we create a team where we can all function well together, where we can continually be our best? And that means that we have to have the ability to create safety for us to protect one another and to understand what it is to create safety for one another. So you started to talk about this, of maybe a room where there's plenty of men in the room and maybe one or two women in the room, and they're not being heard because they're being talked over. You know, I believe it was, I can't remember what the example was. I was just reading about it, but it was like, it was in the Obama administration. Actually, I read about this, that some of the women in meetings were feeling that or their voices weren't being heard. So they made it a point to amplify one another's voices, and then also to point out
Yes.
when somebody was trying to take credit for somebody else's idea. And and that's a pretty progressive cabinet and administration. So that happens everywhere. What does protection look like on high functioning, high safety teams?
I think it looks like what you just mentioned, right? It looks like sharing in the limelight. It looks like when I do see some type of marginalization happening for whatever reason, right? Whether it's historical and intentional or it's just unconscious bias rearing its ugly head once again, it's about how do we give the opportunity to others to show up in that space, right? So what I think you were just talking about in terms of the Obama administration, right? It's about saying, you know what? Maybe George just rephrased what Sally just said, and everybody's going, "Oh, George, this is so great, and great idea, and high fiving and all this stuff," right? Is to be able to say, "Well, yeah, George, that was really great. Explain to me how that's different, though, from what Sally mentioned. Like, how can you build upon that?" And that's not a call out method, right? There's no kind of like cancel culture, nefarious intent behind that,
Mhm.
but more so of making people aware of there wasn't much difference between what Sally and George said. It's just that George was a man and George said it louder, or George said it maybe with a little bit more oomph. Um, and but his voice prevailed. And so how do we create those opportunities for other people's voices to prevail? That's through passing that mic, but also standing up and being honest about what's transpiring within the room. Um, and I would also add to that is making sure too that people are getting the requisite training, Jeff, in this vein. Like that is so important because people don't know what they don't know, right? And especially if there's been this historical culture of crabs in a barrel, people are socialized to function that way. So if you want to function better and be a high performing, high functional team when it comes to protection and safety, you have to be thinking about these things and you have to take some risks again as a teammate to be able to step out and say the thing that needs to be said in the room. Now, you also have to be willing to step outside of the room and say what needs to be said outside of the room by calling folks in. Having those sidebar conversations are really important, and definitely from the perspective of courageous curiosity, right? Being able to go to George and say, hey, I'm not sure if you realize, but I've noted a pattern of X, Y, and Z. This is probably happening completely unconsciously, but I am seeing where it's happening. Are you aware of how Sally, that might make Sally and Yvonne feel when this happens? And then oftentimes I have at least found where people have been like, oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't even know I was doing that. And they can start to become much more mindful. And then that brings about that other I plus inclusion that we talked about, the intentionality. And so people kind of start to then, I guess you could say, police themselves a little bit more and start to grow in their inclusion and equitable practices amongst the team. And that's what's going to continue to bolster the protection and the safety elements of the team.
And I love the focus on bringing awareness to it. I was recently attending, I was on one of several speakers at an event, and the speaker who came right after me is a good friend of mine named Tony Chapman. And he gave a
Mm,
really interesting example of unconscious bias. He said in the Major League Baseball, they basically did a study and they found that essentially umpires typically called more strikes, like a better percentage of close call strikes and balls for pitchers of the same race and ethnicity as them. And that basically what they found
mm,
is that they actually didn't even have to institute any rule changes or anything to wind up addressing the problem. They simply acknowledged it and brought awareness to it, and it almost erased the problem overnight. So I'm not saying that awareness is the only step. It obviously isn't, but I
yeah,
do appreciate that is one very, very critical element to starting the conversation and opening the
yes.
door for it. Another thing that you pointed out that I thought was really it reminded me of something that I've started to try doing more
Mm,
often in my conversations, which is if I'm in a room full of people and someone makes a point, I do my best to say, and as Yvonne just said over there before, X, Y, and Z,
mm,
this and that, and the other thing. What does everyone think about that? And how can we build on that idea? So it's really important as the leader, I think, to not necessarily be the one always giving the solutions, but the one who's facilitating the conversation and amplifying the voices in the room and paying special attention to make sure that you're being inclusive of all the people on your team so that you don't wind up losing someone to feeling like they're not part of that conversation. So I do want to put a quick pin in this because our time is actually up,
oh,
and
as
we're
it
gonna
all
have to just like jump off and do our it's standard Jeff Yvonne thing. But I do want to ask you the final question I've been asking all of my
yeah,
guests. I asked them on day one, and I'd like to ask you about this. But
sure.
when I say the term lovable leader, for
Mm,
me, that the minute I came up with the title of the book, it just resonated with me. I felt like people are going to get what I mean by that. When I
yeah.
say lovable leader, who from your past or present comes to mind for you, and why would you pick them?
Oh my gosh. Okay. So, Chrysalin For sure, right?
Yep.
Because and not just because he's my friend and we're on this journey together for Indelible, but also because he understands the people first perspective and we share in that, right? We are very focused on the people over profits, right? And seeing people for who they are as being valued as individuals, right? That they have inherent value just because they exist. And then it's all of their capabilities, et cetera, and all the things that make them fabulous. So, and Chris, he does it from such an authentic place. And he's so quick to give trust and respect first, and then like you have to disearn it or unearn it in a way, but he gives it so readily first. And that's so beautiful to see. He's always looking at it, everything and everyone through the lens of positive intent always. And I think that's, you're the same way. I would like to think most of the time I'm the same way. And I think that's what makes the magic happen that it does whenever we all get together in conversation. And then I would definitely say yourself too, for sure. You wouldn't have written the book without it if you really didn't care and think that not only can and should leaders love, but that they themselves can be lovable. And then the impact on people's lives as a result of that. I think is tremendously powerful. So I'm a big fan of yours. I'm a big fan of the book. I want to say to everybody, not just because he's my friend, but because the book is amazing. Go out, get it, learn how you can apply some of the same principles you do to family in your workplaces and watch them thrive.
Thank you so much for saying that. And I think you're a lovable leader. I've thought it from like the day I met you, and I agree with you 100% on Chris. He's from the minute I met him, I was like, wow,
Yeah.
you just fully brought me in. Like we
Yeah.
just met, and by way of who introduced us, you were like, all right, you're in the club.
Yeah.
And
You're hooked. Like,
yeah,
yes.
and I
That's
was
it.
like, wow, like I'm going to earn that. I'm going to do everything I can to stay in that club. So I
Yeah.
really appreciate that. And I appreciate you coming on and supporting me as much as you
Yeah.
have. I appreciate, just so everybody knows, there's a book list at the end of The Lovable Leader, and many of those recommendations came directly from Yvonne. It is on the book page that I'm currently building on the website. Yvonne has been critical for my own learning and growth and development. So thank you for coming on, helping me be a better leader, and for talking today and letting everyone know how they can be better, lovable leaders. So thank you for
Oh,
coming on. I'll
thanks for
see you later
having me.
today to close out the event.
I know. So excited. See everybody
Good
later.
times. See you then. Bye. Okay, so that was lovable leader and amazing person, Yvonne Alston. Definitely go and check her out, Indelible Impressions. She's incredible. She's amazing. One of my favorite people. So today we are talking about the 8 commitments of the team. These are the 8 commitments that teams can make to create high trust, high safety, and high care, and exhibit it so that everybody knows that it's there. My next guest is going to be coming up in about 17 minutes. And I know I say this about all the people that have been on, but they're like my favorite people. All of these people are my favorite people. The next guest coming up is Christina Blacken, and we are going to be talking about communication guidelines. She is an expert on narrative intelligence and how that actually helps people to better be able to break down the differences that we see in one another, the ability through story to better connect and develop a sense of empathy and connection with others. She's brilliant. Read all of her stuff. If you go to her website, The New Quo, she's talking about creating a new status quo that is one that puts equity and inclusion at the forefront. It's just phenomenal. I read all of her stuff. I attend whatever workshops she can do. She's another person that you should absolutely be following. But I want to set up the conversation for the communication guidelines, because I want to share a little bit about what I wrote about that, to give a little bit of just a little bit of context about what we're going to be talking about. So I'm going to read through this section. It's not a very long section, but you're going to get a little preview of what's going on in the book. So this is from the section in Safe Travels under the 8 commitments of the team. This is called Communication Guidelines. Every team member must commit to understanding the impact of their words and actions and agree to communication guidelines that create opportunities for understanding and growth. This commitment sets the expectations for everyone about how communication will be handled. Everyone should be on the same page about how they will speak to others and how they can expect to be spoken to. And this is a note in the book. This is not about tone policing. If someone has been harmed through harassment or discrimination, the communication guidelines do not apply to the person who has been harmed. This commitment is about everyday communication. For example, Karen commits a racist microaggression against Barbara. It is not Barbara's responsibility to, quote, be nice and frame her feedback in a way that doesn't make Karen feel, quote, uncomfortable. It is Karen's responsibility to take accountability and make amends. If Donald makes a sexually suggestive remark to Cindy, she does not have to, quote, calm down and be more respectful. Her emotional response to the harm is not the issue. The harmful actions are. All teams, whether they be sports, business, military, or anything else, will have different communication expectations. There will be varying degrees of comfort as it relates to speed, directness, and tone. In general, I believe the most effective communication is direct, concise, honest, thoughtful, respectful. This is the ideal combination for a variety of reasons. When communication is direct, there is no need to interpret meaning. When it is concise, there is less chance of getting lost amid unnecessary details. When it is honest, there is never a need to second guess the intentions. When it is thoughtful, people communicate after they've considered what they're saying, why they're saying it, and what they hope to accomplish by saying it. When it is respectful, people are less likely to take the information as a personal attack and leap to defend themselves. Kindness can also be added to the list, and I would advise it. When your communication is kind, you will naturally refrain from making underhanded or passive aggressive comments. I know some organizations that thrive on brutal honesty, but I've yet to find someone who takes an issue with kindness. So these are the communication guidelines that I recommend. I also have a section in here that comes in here. It's about avoiding the rift. The rift is something that happens uh, often completely by accident, but something is said, something is done, and it creates a little fracture in the relationship between you and somebody else. And it can happen so quickly, and it can happen without you even knowing that it happened. And I think that communication guidelines, along with the other 8 commitments of the other 7 commitments of the team, in addition to communication guidelines, give teams the ability to actually work through these different issues that arise, whether they be conscious or unconscious. A lot of what Yvonne and I just spoke about were things that happen, but not necessarily things that happen on purpose. They're things that happen because of the culture that we grow up in, or the culture that we work in. And a lot of these things aren't meant to cause harm, but sometimes they do. And I think the purpose that I wrote the 8 commitments of the team is in order to create teams where safety is baked into the way we do things. And when you have safety baked into the way you do things, you can actually resolve issues. The point of being a great leader and the point of having a great team is not that no one makes mistakes. It's not that no one screws up in some way or another, whether it be with regard to any aspect of people's identity. It's that we have the guidelines and the structures in place to be able to address it and to be able to do whatever we can to 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 deal with the harm that was caused in a way that is restorative to the relationship and to the health of the team and to the health of all of those involved. So that's the purpose behind the commitments of the team. So when we come back, I'm going to take a short break to go and grab a glass of water because I'm already feeling like a little dehydrated. I did do an 8-hour podcast yesterday, basically. So I'm a little dehydrated. So I'm going to take a quick break. And when I come back, I'm going to have Christina Blacken, and we are going to talk about communication guidelines. And you will not want to miss a single minute of this because she's freaking brilliant. And I love talking to her. I'll be right back.
Hi, I don't hear anything. Is it me?
My bad. I was muted. It was me. It was me. I was saying I'm going to take every minute I can get with you. How you doing? And not only that, it gives me a little bit of time where I can be like, "Hey, how's it going? What's up? Nice to see you."
Yeah, what's up? What's up? I've been good. I am happy I don't have the vid because everyone in New York has had it.
Yeah, I went to Miami and somehow got out of Miami without it.
Oh, so you're Teflon then, essentially.
Yeah,
I don't know how you did that.
I don't know. It's that superhero life, I guess. But there's no, there was absolutely no reason I should have left Miami without COVID because we weren't irresponsible or anything. But like we were amidst the people. We did eat at many a restaurant and do many a thing that, like, granted, there was a lot of outdoor, but still, I kind of felt like I was like dodging Ronas.
I love that you were like, we were amongst the people. It was
We were
almost like
amongst the
you're
people.
entering into like a zombie land. You're like, you survived the invasion.
It did feel a little bit like that season 1 Walking Dead where you like cover yourself with all the goo and just walk through real slowly. It's kind of what it felt like. Glad that you did not get the vid, and you stay safe, please.
I stayed safe. I got to go to Utah for the holidays. First time in like 4 years, which was nice.
What is Utah's culture around the vid like? Is everybody real chill? I got a buddy who goes to Nebraska for his family, and he's like, it's a different world.
It is a parallel universe, it feels like. It's just like COVID's not a big deal. No one wears masks. There were an abundance of at-home tests, which I definitely scooped up. I was like, oh, y'all don't want them? I'm taking them because in New York, they were hard to find. They were selling out.
Yeah.
So I'm at Walgreens like hoarding tests, and people are like, what the hell's wrong with this woman? I'm like,
yeah, it's like the golden ticket, the Willy Wonka. You're like, oh, I found a COVID test.
Yeah, felt like that. But yeah, no one wore masks except for a couple of stores like Walgreens, because they have, stores everywhere.
Yeah.
Everybody had masks on there, but everywhere else I went, I'd be like the one person with a mask on, and everyone was like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, in Miami, I felt a little bit out of place, and which is weird because I don't know. I feel like cities, I'm always like surprised if any city is like not like New York or Philly. Like it's always just weird to me, but I don't know, is what it is. Glad that we are all safe and sound at the moment.
Were you there for the holidays? So was it like a vacation thing, or was it how you spent the holidays?
Kinda. So it was work trip. End of the year, but I did bring my wife with me so that she could sit by the pool and be out in the sun, and she didn't have to watch over baby, and it was real cool. And she enjoyed most of the time. I mostly worked and then had like New Year's Eve.
Okay. That sounds fun though. That's
It's still warm, so I was cool with it. It was fine.
Yeah, I think it was the perfect time to go because the hurricanes are kind of died down. Like you can get good weather.
Yeah,
it's the perfect time to go.
Yeah, it's good times. All right, you want to talk about communication guidelines and cool stuff?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do the thing. Let's start by okay, so I don't know if you were listening in or not, but I did preface with saying that everybody should go and read everything you do and attend your workshops and do all your cool stuff. So I'm a big fan, as you know, which is, I think this is like, a friendship, not a parasocial relationship, but like,
yeah, for sure.
I do kind of crush on your work. So tell people about your work. What do you do? What is, because, you have a different way of presenting the type of work you do than I think a lot of people are used to. Even though a lot of the outcomes or what you're after may sound similar to people. So talk about it.
Yeah. So are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, I didn't realize we were live. Wow. Okay.
No, we're already live. We're already in this.
I thought we were just vibing.
Oh, I mean, we do that too. While live though.
The new quote essentially is a company that I started out of a couple of different pain points, which was working in marketing, media, and sales for a long time and using story to get people to do things and to buy stuff that I didn't think was actually that useful or that impactful. But I saw the story had this incredible effect on how people think, what they do, what they say, what they believe, what they buy. And so I started to look into the research behind it. And then I was in a nonprofit role where I was using storytelling to get people to volunteer and to do positive social things on discrimination, women's health, you name it. But I'm like, why is no one applying the tool of narrative on these really challenging social issues, communication issues, really personal development issues? I just felt like no one was really doing it. So I started to dig into the research and I was like, oh, there's something here around the psychological impact of story when it comes to our biases and our beliefs, and especially about power and how we relate to each other when it comes to power. And from there, I built these frameworks around leadership in the workplace and how to use narrative to not only uncover your own beliefs and biases that could be in the way of your relationship building and your communication, but also in a way to better understand the world around you, to better understand people who are different from yourself, so that you can reach your fullest potential as a leader. And that's essentially manifested in courses, consulting, strategic conversation facilitation. I've trained at this stage around 8,000 leaders across 9 industries. And what I essentially teach them is this idea of narrative intelligence, how you can use narrative to improve yourself, to improve your communication, your decision making, your goal setting, improve your relationships, and make them more equitable and inclusive. That's really the goal.
I love it so much. And I love when you send me an email that's like, I think you do it bi-yearly or yearly, where you send me like the updates of the impact. And it's like, it's just really exciting to see someone out there trying to make a difference in the world. And then you come back and you're like, here are tangible numbers of like lives touched, people impacted. I absolutely love it. So I want to dig into the communication side of things. So, I mentioned to you that today is about the 8 commitments of the team. One of the commitments that I think is vital for a team that's going to create a safe work environment, high trust amongst people, high care amongst people, and the ability to go together towards a destination and get there safely is communication guidelines, is understanding how we're going to communicate with one another. What are the out of bounds? How are we going to deal when we go out of bounds? All of that sort of stuff, I think, is really, really super important and impactful. That is, in many ways, as you just described, probably a subsection of your work applies to how do we talk to one another in the workplace. So the book is written for new managers. So walk us through what you think are some of the critical things to think about setting the guidelines for the team so that you can have an effective, high trust, high performance team.
I love this because it's like any relationship. Like you would never enter a relationship, or you shouldn't. I would hope you wouldn't, where there's just a ton of assumptions and no actual clear expectations on boundaries,
Mhm.
love languages, lifestyles. I think it's the same thing with teams of understanding each other and your needs and also your shared goals. And I would say there's 4 key things every team needs to have in their guidelines, which is a commitment to improving their cultural competency, which is your understanding of different cultures and the history of those cultures, because that affects everything. It affects the things we make, it affects the impacts that your products and services may have in the environment, it will affect the kind of language and visuals that you use. And I would say most people's cultural competency is fairly low because we don't have that as an emphasis in our formal education system. So I'll give you a great example of that. Growing up in Utah, I had to go out of my way to learn about Black invention and leaders and creators. That was not part of my curriculum. Now, not to say that's every single school, but that's probably more of the norm than not, especially in United States education. So I had to go out of my way to read about that stuff and to teach myself, to fill in the gaps and the holes of what I call historical amnesia, so I could have a more full, informed perspective of the world and the people who live in this world outside of certain groups. So I would say a commitment to that regularly, whether it's trainings, regular book readings, and having it relate to your industry. Every single industry has a rich, complex cultural history outside of the dominant norms that we know. So that is a commitment I think guidelines should have. The second is really making sure that the team is encouraged to ask questions of curiosity and to not make assumptions. There's many times where people will make an assumption about why someone's doing something, why they may be failing a deadline, why a thing might not be happening. But instead of directly asking in an open way that's not accusatory or full of contempt and criticism, there's a big assumption potentially made, and then there's triangulation and passive aggressive communication. And that is destructive and it's toxic. And I would say most workplaces have that. So asking questions of curiosity and being open and saying, hey, I've noticed that there's been a few deadlines that have been missed. I would love to understand what's going on and figure out how we can fix this, versus saying, oh, Cheryl missed 2 deadlines. She's a lazy, whatever. I'm going to her boss to complain and throw her under the bus. So asking questions is important and to not make assumptions.
Can I
And
pause you on that one and
yeah,
ask a follow up to that? Because it's a really interesting point, asking questions of curiosity. What immediately strikes me is that there's some sort of preconditions that kind of have to be there for that to even happen, right? Because the same question can be received by 2 different people in 2 different ways based upon the relationship that already exists there, right? So
yeah,
if you already have an existing safe and trusted relationship, you can actually even ask things on a bad day and ask it with a tone, and somebody's going to give you that grace to say, oh, I know this person, I know their intention, I know where they're coming from, I know what we're good. As opposed to, if there's not that basis of trust there, it's going to be difficult to actually have that land with the intent of not being judgmental, of not being accusatory in any way, but rather validating and being in it from a place of curiosity. How do you go about recommending a leader start that so that those questions of curiosity come across the right way?
I love that question because I think questions of curiosity can actually get you to a place of trust as well. So, in my mind, it's the types of questions that you ask people that creates vulnerability and trust because you're showing interest in another person's world and experience. And so, one of the things I encourage my teams that I train is to learn how to ask people things about themselves that don't assume things. So, for example, say somebody loves to wear cowboy boots and they come into your office and they're wearing them every day and they look super fly and you're just curious about it. Asking the question, why do you wear cowboy boots? Feels judgmental. It feels potentially not curious, and that can shut the conversation down. Instead of asking the question, what inspires you to wear cowboy boots? I think it's really cool, right? That's
Yeah.
the same kind of question, but it's positioned differently. And asking a what versus why question, ironically, is much more open. Usually, why feels like you have to prove why that thing is happening or why it matters. What can be more open ended. So I think learning how to ask better questions of people so you can learn about them and show interest in their inner worlds and lives establishes trust and safety. And I think if people get good at asking the right kinds of questions, then they can also get deeper and maybe ask a little bit more personal questions or more direct or uncomfortable questions if there's a conflict on a team. And people need to get better at that because right now I think most teams operate on a very surface level. And it's fine. You don't have to be besties with your colleagues. That's not always how it's going to happen. But if you know absolutely nothing about them in any kind of shape or form besides what they do for you and their deadlines, you're going to struggle with establishing trust at all. So I think questions of curiosity is the process and the habit of asking informed, open ended, not judgmental questions that allows the person to showcase who they are, to be open about themselves, their values, their lives, what they've experienced in a way that can build trust. And that can be used before an issue in a relationship, and it can be used as a tool when a relationship or an issue arises so that you can have a better conversation.
Would you advise, because you gave a really good example there, and I'm just wondering tactically for those that are brand new at this, so kind of like paint by number on this, would you
Mhm.
advise that it makes sense when asking a question? The cowboy boots is such a good example because, being from New York and now in Philly, like I see somebody in cowboy boots and I'm like, huh? But I guess what occurred to me is saying, starting out with something like, I've noticed you wear cowboy boots a lot and you're really pulling them off. Really, it's your style. Where did that start for you? Like kind of giving the kudos to it or like paying the compliment as part of it. Do you think that tactically that's a way of kind of opening the door to kind of counteract any potential judgment?
Yeah, I think that's a great way of positioning it. And the question that I pose as an example has that at the end. So and it's also thinking about the types of action words. So if
Mhm.
you use the word inspired, inspired can mean you're doing something creative and interesting. So I say,
Mhm.
what inspired you to do blank? It allows them to say, oh, here's the genesis of why I've made these choices, which sounds aspirational and positive, versus being like, why do you wear cowboy boots? Even if you were like,
Yeah.
why do you wear cowboy boots? It still feels like I got to prove my love of cowboy boots in this office. I
Yeah.
can't live my life that's the whole response people will usually have. But I love that paint by numbers question because I typically will emphasize thinking through language. Language is incredibly powerful and important. And we adopt a lot of habits around language and we just repeat them and don't know any better. And I
Mhm.
would say with questions, there's sort of two camps. There are people who don't ask any questions at all and show little to no curiosity. And I think that that's bad. It's not necessarily because they don't care, it's because they don't want to be intrusive or don't want to be nosy. But that can also come off as indifferent. It can also come off as apathetic. And that could be bad in terms of building relationships. There's the other camp, super duper nosy, and they just want to know information to potentially use that as a strategy and a structure of power. And their questions will be the accusatory, judgmental, why do you do this? Why do you do that? And there usually is a lot of why questions, ironically. So not to say you can never use the word why, but I think it's important to understand context and the power of language in these conversations and to know that you don't have to dive into the deep end with question asking to start to establish basic understanding and trust. So a great example of this when I was running a team in a media company, the team was it kind of scattered across the country in LA, Chicago, and New York. So we were doing a lot of remote work. And the ways that we stayed connected, we would have these morning meetings where we would gather every single morning and talk about the projects that we had and the deadlines we had. And we would ask ridiculous and funny questions about just things happening in our lives, creative projects that we're working on. We had a random debate about lotion one day and like who lotions and who doesn't, which was hilarious. It was very cultural. I'm like, you don't lotion? Wow, that's so insightful. Why is that? But it kind of started off from small little questions that ended up building enough trust that we can have kind of these fun, more open, dynamic discussions. And we were having them every day, even though we weren't physically close. We were having enough of a conversation where people felt that level of trust, even if we weren't physically seeing each other every single day. So I think it is a process that you as a leader can establish on your team at ritual points of connection and meetings and that sort of thing.
Well, I appreciate you indulging the paint by numbers thing. It's something that, when my wife and I talk about management and leadership, she often asks for scripts, and like that's one of the ways that she learns. And I've noticed that, especially as it relates to, you mentioned the importance of words and in communication. I think a lot of people have trouble coming up with the exact right words to frame a particular question. And I think offering that paint by numbers is really helpful. I have 7 minutes and 30 seconds left with you. So I want to make sure that I get through your communication guidelines that you had queued up, because I think you gave me 2 of them so far.
Oh yeah, so too, the cultural
The fourth.
competency, ask questions of curiosity, and the other is improving their narrative intelligence. So it's the understanding of how story affects your brain and how story affects other people. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. I have a white paper on narrative intelligence that I always recommend people read. I also think it's important to learn just storytelling skills. That includes metaphor, story structure, what happens if you use humor, what happens if you use fear in story. There's all these really basic practical tools of story and how it affects how people think. And if you want to be an effective leader in any kind of way, you are constantly telling stories, typically around the goals and why we're setting them. Also on what the team is trying to do and achieve and what the organization is ultimately trying to achieve. And the better of a storyteller you are, the more likely you'll get buy-in and influence around your ideas. And so improving those skills, even if it's an inbuilt skill that we're all using all the time, it can only make you a more effective communicator. And that includes reading tons of stories that you're not familiar with from artists and creatives that you typically wouldn't follow, because you'll always learn something new, whether it's really interesting anecdotes and examples that you can reference, or different ways of thinking about a story arc from inciting event to conflict and challenge to resolution. That's kind of like the standard story structure, but there's other types. That all in itself, whether you work in marketing and sales or not, because a lot of people in marketing and sales do that kind of stuff, it's important for your own ability to be influential and to be impactful in how you're managing your team and how you're interacting with your teammates.
Ever since you were my introduction to this idea of narrative intelligence, and ever since you brought it up, I've been looking for it everywhere. And I think I recently sent you an example that I saw in a book that I thought was really impactful, because when you tell someone a story from your own life as part of a team, let's say I tell you a story about my life. If I tell you facts and figures about something that I believe, you could counter it with your facts and figures. But if I tell you a story about something that I've been through, you can't invalidate my experience that I had as I'm telling it. I'm telling you my story. So you can't say you didn't actually see that and you didn't actually think it was beautiful. Like, no, I'm telling you that I did. Whereas if I tell you, facts and figures about a particular thing, you could always counter it with your own facts and figures. And as I look for those sorts of examples, when I see it happen, or when I see examples of it, I'm so moved by how powerful that actually is, that the stories and hearing somebody else's experience really does allow us that instantaneous sort of empathetic journey. Even if we don't have that muscle really well developed, you still have to a certain extent, to even follow the story, kind of identify with the person in the story and see
Yeah.
through their eyes for a second. And that little bit of movement in what you may be holding firm to, I think is so powerful. And as a leader, if you can leverage that on your team, where people can use stories to build that connection, ever since you brought it up, I've been really fascinated by it.
I love that. And you did send, did I respond to that? Because I feel like I read it and I was going to respond.
I don't know. I've been planning this event for the last month, and like that's been like it's been every minute that I'm not working with clients.
I need to read it. But you bring up 2 great points. And I want to quickly highlight the science of why that's happening. So the idea of neural coupling was discovered by MC Brock and TC Green. They're 2 scientists, and they wanted to understand what happens in your brain when you hear a story. And they discovered that there's mirror neurons that are created. So when I'm telling a story, your brain is firing in the same sort of sensory sections of the brain. So you can feel certain things that I'm saying. You could potentially see certain things I'm saying, maybe even imaginarily smell certain things I'm describing. And that is just how humans connect with each other and organize information in narrative format. That's how we remember it. That's how it occurs. And then the other thing is narrative transport, which is why you physically feel like you're transported when you watch a movie or you're in a play. You feel like you're in the story, that you're in the experience they're creating. And it's fascinating because our brains did that purposely. It's a easier way to parse information and to make quick decisions. The downside of that is if you have false stories or stories that are based out of pretty negative and destructive things, that can also lead us down a different path. A great example of that is Birth of a Nation, the film that came out. It was probably the first feature film in the United States, and essentially was focused on this idea of these black males who were quote unquote attacking white women in this town. And it was a fictional story, and it was sort of this hypersexual, fear-based narrative around like black unadulterated desire. And the movie essentially stirred up a lot of anxiety, and there was a huge uptick in people, enrolling in hate crimes and hate groups like exponentially after the film was released. So there is direct results from certain narratives being adjusted on how people think and the policies they make and the things that they do. And that's why I think it's incredibly important to understand how much narrative does impact the physical world and our environments and also our behaviors with each other. And that's what I like to teach, because people are like, oh, whatever, it's fictional, doesn't matter, it's entertainment. It absolutely matters. And if you can understand that as a tool of power and use it for good, then you're going to be a leader who's going to stand out from other leaders.
Yes. And if you ask people what are the stories that resonate with them, I think that reveals so much about them. You ask them like, what are the stories who are the fictional characters you admire? What are the stories that really resonate and move you? It tells you so much about a person, because those are the stories that they're going to in some way identify and embody and try to emulate the things that move them. So I 100%, I'm locked in on your narrative intelligence as an amazing tool. Uh, what's the fourth one? Because I only have a few minutes left with you, and I still want to ask you the final question.
So the fourth one was just compassionate but direct communication, which we already kind of got to. But
Yeah.
that's the idea of being able to be direct without being attacking. And there's a concept called nonviolent communication, which is just the idea of being able to have conflict without it being destructive. So you're able to directly, and usually the paint by numbers way of doing that is to talk about the event that's occurred, the effect of the event, and the hopeful solution. So I can give an example of that, right? Where I've had somebody in the past who is consistently missing deadlines and sort of leaving work without really telling people what the ETA was on certain projects. So I had to sit them down and say, hey, I've noticed that the last 3 projects we've missed the deadline, and what's happening is there's a lack of trust and understanding when you might follow through on a project, and also we're missing deadlines for our clients. So I would love to understand how we can restructure your schedule so that you can have a better just wiggle room to essentially achieve this potential project, instead of saying, hey, you're lazy and non-committed to your job, right? Those are 2 different ways to do it. Accusatory accusations, character assassination, labeling people, that's destructive and violent communication. And that's typically how people learn how to address conflict. It's either through being super abrasive, extremely aggressive, very judgmental, and also jumping to assumptions. The other side of it is just stating the facts. And you can still say this affected me negatively. Here's the emotional or physical impact of this thing that happened, but you're not labeling them. I could say you missed this deadline and it means that this happened or this bad thing occurred, but I'm not saying you're lazy. So
Yeah.
I think that's the difference, is teaching people how to use direct and non-violent communication to get things done, and not being conflict avoidant, because conflict avoidance is really bad in a team. And I think it's why we have such destructive workplaces to begin with. People are extremely passive aggressive, or they're avoiding conflict to the point of no return, where they can't have a productive conversation about anything. So I would say that'd be that fourth guideline, is how do we learn how to address conflict in a way that's not super destructive and in your face to the point of no trust, or doing nothing at all and there's then no trust then as well. Sort of this balancing act.
Yeah. I'm almost done with Leanne Davies' book, The Good Fight. She was just on yesterday to talk about productive conflict. And she has like, 100 examples in there of different conversations and how to start them and how to have them, and in ways that are kind of, as you mentioned, nonviolent, compassionate, and direct. So I would recommend that book to anybody. If you haven't read it, check it out. It's pretty good.
I love the
It's
title of it.
fantastic.
Yeah, I would love
Yeah.
to check the book out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, really great book. But yeah, I completely appreciate that, and I think I just read at the beginning right before you came on. Direct, concise, kind, respectful. Like these are different things I think help to make for productive conversations inside of a team. So I only have about a minute left with you. So I want to ask you the final question I've been asking all my guests. When I came up with the book, The Lovable Leader, the title just rang for me, and I hope it rings for others. So when I say lovable leader, who from your past or present comes to mind?
As I was thinking about this, I was really thinking through who is somebody whose work has really affected how I think and how I do leadership. And of course, the first person I thought of was Brene Brown, which everyone talks about her work constantly. But what I really like about her work is the idea of understanding shame and its a relationship to power, and how many times we're trying to have power and control to reduce our senses of shame. And so it's just a very unique way of looking at leadership and also walking the talk through how she's built her organizations, how she openly talks about conflict and the issues she's had as a leader herself on her teams. I think she walks the talk and she backs up what she does with a really interesting vulnerability and understanding of systems that I think few people are really, doing. A lot of people are emulating what she's doing, but it came from a place of curiosity and research and really wanting to understand the issue and then being like, hey, y'all, have you thought about these ideas? They're not really crazy or radical, but we're not really talking about it openly. So I think that's a lovable leader, somebody who's willing to go against the status quo in ways that are productive and full of solutions and also help people to see new normals and to be excited about them.
I love it. That's a great answer. And I'm a big fan of Brene. She's
Yeah.
incredible. Well, thank you for coming on. Thank you for supporting my book launch. And thank you for all the work that you're doing out there. You continue to help me learn and grow as a leader and as a person. And, I'm cheering you on as well. So thank you so much for coming and supporting me.
Well, thank you for having me and for the great questions and for the cheerleadership of my work as well. I so appreciate it. And I think the book you've made is smart, impactful, and something that everybody should read, especially as they're building a team, because a lot of us aren't taught leadership. We just emulate what we know. And it's great to be able to have a guide that's like, how do we do this the right way?
Cool. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That endorsement means a lot to me. I'll talk to you soon. All right.
All right.
All right. See you.
Bye.
All right. That was Christina Blackin. She's amazing every single time. She's been on my podcast before. She's always incredible. Love it every single time. My next guest that I have for the launch event is a former colleague of mine named Renee Pollins, and I'm going to bring her on. We're going to be talking about alignment, which is an often misunderstood term. It's used a lot. It's become a little bit of a buzzword in the business community, and I would like us to do better than that, than make it just a buzzword. In fact, I'd like it to be a guideline of the team, a commitment of the team, and Renee is going to teach us how to do that. Renee, thank you so much for coming to the launch event.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. Congratulations on your book.
Thank you so much. You heard about it long before it was actually going to be a thing. And I'm really happy that you're here for the day 2 of the launch event.
Me
I really
too.
appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So before we get started, let's talk a little bit about you. Talk about, kind of your background, what you're currently doing, why you and I are talking about alignment today. Why did that happen?
How did that? Okay. Well, so you and I worked in a consulting company for a handful of years, and I learned a whole bunch of skills. And among them, I learned about alignment. I learned how to coach. I learned a lot about leadership, change management, and so on. And I was there for a long time and loved it. And then got to a point where it wasn't the right fit for me anymore. Took some time away to think about life, and in my mid 40s to think about what I wanted to be when I grow up. And I realized that I loved very much of a lot of what I had been doing. I just couldn't do it in the same way that it was done before. So
Well, I am so glad that you decided that when you grew up, you wanted to do it on your own and do it your way. As entrepreneur to entrepreneur, I am so happy for
mhm,
you. I know you have an entrepreneur in the same house with you. So
yep,
I'm glad that you're here with us. And I'm really excited that you're still doing this work, but you're able to do it in your way on your terms.
yes,
And I'm really glad that that also means that you have the time right now to come and sit with me and talk about this concept.
exactly.
So
Yes.
alignment gets a lot of usage in the world of business. We talk about, we need to get aligned about this, we need to get aligned about that. Oh, let's get some alignment behind this idea. But I think most of
Mhm,
the time when we talk about alignment or when we hear it in a business environment, what they mean is, I'm going to say a thing that I want you to do, and then I want all of you to agree with me and do it. That's what I think it typically means.
mhm, yes.
I'm suggesting in the 8 commitments of the team something a little bit different, and I think we share a little bit more of what we mean by alignment. So can you talk to us a little bit about what is actually meant by the term alignment on high performing teams?
So I think of alignment as an alignment. It's a process and it's also an outcome that you have. So there's the alignment process in itself, which I'll say a little bit about. And then at the end of it, you have alignment. And just like you said, like, I think it's become a buzzword for just go with what I'm saying. Just get aligned.
Get in line, right?
Yeah. Get in line. Yeah. And I've worked with teams where it's like, okay, kind of like we're aligned, and I'm not yet. There's more conversation to have. There's more people to hear from. So the alignment process it's a richer conversation. There's a lot more depth to it. It's not fast. Usually it takes time. It's can take hours, or it can be kind of spread out over days or weeks. But it's a process where I think people come to a collective decision without it being consensus, where each person is owning that decision, for lack of better words, is owning it. And if nobody else is on board, or if things fall apart, they're going to still carry it forward because it's theirs as much as it is anybody else's.
You brought up a couple words there that I think are often bundled in with alignment, and I want to play a little bit in there. So you talked about consensus, and I think I heard you say, or at least I heard it in my mind, agreement, and how those are not always the same thing, that actually you can be in alignment and still kind of fervently disagree about the direction that you're going in, and that maybe not everybody is on the same page as far as whether or not that's the right solution, but everybody's on board with owning that that is the direction we are going. Can you talk a little bit about how does that even happen? Because it seems so counter, right? Like we're supposed to, as everybody gets their vote, we're going to go with the majority, the people in the minority get on board with it. And like, that's how business is done, right? But that's not how business is done well. What does alignment look like on, on the right team? Like, and how does that differ from agreement?
So, if I can talk like kind of through an example.
Yeah, please do.
One of the ways that it shows up a lot for me, because I'm not on a team, I'm not leading a team, I work by myself. But when I'm working with an executive team to develop their strategy, that's an alignment process. And in the beginning of it, we might be talking about the mission or the vision or something. We're creating something at a high level. I'm wanting to hear from everybody on the team, which that doesn't always happen, in conversations. Usually you have somebody who dominates the conversation, could be a lovely person, but their voice is dominant and other people don't necessarily give the level of thought and share their viewpoint like they could. So I really want to hear from everybody. So that takes time. And then inevitably, there is somebody who repeatedly chimes in with a differing opinion. It might not be it might not be 180 degrees, but it's enough different that it slows down the agreement or the decision, and you can kind of hear this or see the eye rolling, and people aren't literally, but you can feel it. It's like, oh my God, if you would just be quiet, we can move on, And I'll say, thank you so much for saying that, because we need to think through that viewpoint as well, because it's going to come up. We're going to run into it. So let's think it through now and then come to a decision. And I'll say at some point, because you don't want to wordsmith everything, right? At some point, it's like, we need to be on the same page with the essence of it. Like you said, the direction, right? You may not like every single part of it, but the essence of it is yours as much as it is anybody else's.
I'm really glad you brought up the example you did, because it actually fits perfectly in with what I want to talk with you about with regard to alignment, because alignment comes up several times throughout my book as an important piece of leadership that, in sitting on the same side of the table, there's a point about aligning your goals with the person you're talking to, alignment as a function of good leadership, et cetera. But within the context of the 8 commitments of the team, you talk about everybody on the team committing to the idea of finding alignment. Why is that important? Why is it necessary that that's in there? I put that as a commitment, and I believe it's important. But if we were going to make the case for why it's important that everybody commit to alignment, what would that case be?
Well, I think that's going to accelerate you to being a high-performing team real fast, because oftentimes in an alignment process, the leader has a very strong commitment to the team getting aligned, and maybe a couple of other people. But not everybody from the onset has a commitment to get aligned. They kind of have to be led there. You know what I mean? No matter how well it's set up. But if you build that in as a foundation, that as a member of this team, you're operating with a commitment for alignment, and here's what it means, and here's what it looks like, your conversations are going to have depth very fast. People are going to be able to disagree in a great, healthy way. Like, disagreement is going to be welcomed and encouraged. And you're going to come to the direction a lot faster.
And in the absence of alignment, I would imagine what you get is the exact opposite. So you have now a team where there is not a commitment to alignment. What is the kind of the baseline dysfunction of that? And then what is that potentially sort of spiral into at its worst?
Sure. Gosh, the baseline dysfunction is just thinking about the conversation. The leader usually who really wants alignment at some point just gets frustrated and stops trying to get it. And people on the team, not everybody, but enough people on the team are really fine with just saying, yes, that sounds good. That sounds like a great idea. We should do that. And we're going to do it. But they haven't really thought about it, about the implications for themselves, the implications for other people, the future of the company, the strategy. They haven't really thought about it. So when it comes to execution, you're like rolling the dice on the execution. You know, it's going to go slower than you want it to go. It's going to veer off course, or it's not going to happen at all.
I'd also imagine that lack of engagement in the possibility of dissent, because because alignment can require that you can voice those concerns. You have the safety and the trust to be able to do that, knowing that you're not always going to get your way, but that your ideas and your perspective is heard. I would imagine that without that dissent, without that critical analysis that some people may bring, and you multiply that across the team, you're actually also sacrificing the possibility of more exceptional results.
Yes, 100%. Yes, because without getting the dissenting viewpoints, you miss out on like the integrity of it, the soundness of it, the reliability of it, the quality of it. That's what you miss out on. So the direction that you may take can be a very good direction, but it may not be the best one that you could take at the moment.
If you were working with a new leader, brand new in the position, my book is written for new managers, someone who's been dropped into the role, or somebody who just got into their first management role, or maybe somebody who's been doing a little bit and they're like, I've been doing this long enough that I can admit I have no idea what I'm doing. It'd be great to have a handbook. So that's what I wrote this for. And I bring up this idea of alignment as a commitment of the team. They're in this position. They're just trying to find their way out. They're trying to find their way forward. How do you start by even creating the conditions where you can have alignment on a team? Like, what are the things that need to already exist? The groundwork and the foundation you need to lay before you can even get to a point where you can get alignment to even happen?
So at the very base are things like liking each other and respecting each other, getting to know each other at the very base of it. And I mean, so getting to know each other. I don't even know if it's likability, but like getting to know each other in the current roles and who's doing what, and hopefully liking each other. The next thing I would say is psychological safety. Really working to instill the psychological safety so that when you then move into having alignment conversations, people know that they can express their opinion and it's going to be heard and valued. May not go in that direction ultimately, but it is considered.
Yes. And I would also imagine that trust has to be an essential part of it as well. Trust that even if you and this is part of the psychological safety. I'm contributing this as a bit of an add-on or a build on psychological safety, is that in order to have that psychological safety, you have to trust that you can bring that dissenting opinion. You can disagree, and that at the same time, the team can trust that even if you're bringing that in, it's not to take the team off course. It's not to drag them down. It's not to, to make the process slower, but it's to authentically contribute where you feel like you have value, knowing you'll still be willing to align with the rest of the team as needed.
Yes, yes. And that happens through trial and error as a new manager. It's like all you can do is keep your eyes open and your ears open for dissenting opinions, different points of view, and really listening to it, giving weight to it, real weight, like this is something to genuinely be considered, and honoring it. And that, everybody's watching. Everybody wants to know, like, can they disagree with the boss? And is it going to be okay? So that's, in the beginning, it's really important to set the stage for alignment.
Yeah. And one final question I want to ask you about with regard to alignment in the team, which is, in all of the commitments of the team that I've listed out here, one of the big challenges is getting buy-in, dealing with the pushback against asking people to actually commit to a thing. And committing to alignment to some people could sound like giving up your autonomy or giving up your voice. And I think that that's a misconception. Can you speak a little bit about how you would advise leaders to think about the process of getting the commitment of alignment so that it feels like something that people can adopt?
So let's see, you mentioned gaining buy-in, and in that process, at the beginning stages of it, I think there's a lot of conversation and getting a lot of input to how people are viewing something. You've got an idea and you want to hear how people are reacting to it, and fold all of that in, massage it all in, include all of it as you're moving forward. So I think I lost my train of thought here, but gaining buy-in is part of the process.
I was going to say, it sounds like what you're saying is that it's almost like you have to start with trying to get alignment on committing to alignment. It's like the process is the process. It's almost like what it sounds like you're saying. If you want to get alignment for people, like you have to actually go through the process of what you would do to get alignment, hear from other people, gather their input, set a goal in mind where you're all trying to go together, find out what people can all agree to, and then strip away the things that maybe everyone can't align behind and find the thing that they all can and make that what you align behind as your commitment of alignment.
Yes. And if I can highlight one thing you just said there is you're responding to a goal. This is it's not aligning around a topic. It's aligning around a decision or a goal, which means the leader has to say, this is what we're going to seek alignment on, this goal or this decision. So that keeps it also from getting really amorphous.
Yeah, I really love that. So I want to ask you the final question. Thank you so much for coming on and for lending your ideas and your thoughts and your expertise on the topic of alignment and supporting my book launch. I really appreciate it. So I want to ask you the final question, which I've been asking every guest, which is, I found that when I came up with the title, The Lovable Leader, it really resonated with me. And I thought it would resonate with others. So when I say lovable leader, can you think of anyone from your present or your past who really comes to mind when you hear that term?
Yeah. I had a boss for a handful of years when I was in my mid-30s, I think, who, and at that time I had two little ones. So I had a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I was running part of the sales organization and traveling around the world for clients. And it was a lot. I look back, I'm like, that was just crazy. But this boss, I knew that I could always go to her, and she would listen to what I said without like challenge or question or invalidation, like just wanting to hear my thoughts in its kind of pure sense and validating it. Yeah, again, might not have been the direction that we went in, but wanted to hear my thoughts. And the other thing, I have examples, but like nobody else, this boss made it clear that I was important. It sounds like such a basic thing,
It does, but it's so uncommon, right?
It's so uncommon. And so one example is I was having a particularly bad day. In fact, I was having a bad time. I was having such a bad day. I quit. I was like That's it. It was very dramatic. I left the office. And as I was driving home, I called her to say, leave her a voicemail. FYI, I'm quitting. Because she was with a client. So I knew she wasn't going to pick up, and she'd get it later that night. And then she'd probably call me, and I, talk to her. She picked up right away. And I was shocked, because that was a very taboo thing. You were not allowed to pick up your phone if you were sitting with a client. That client had your complete attention. So the fact that she picked up in the middle of a meeting gave me a very loud message. And she said, I told her, I was like, listen, I just want you to know I'm quitting. She said, hold on. Can I ask you to not do anything yet? Go home if you're not there already. Hang out. Can you hang out for an hour, and then I can call you back and I can talk to you for 15 minutes. And I was like, yeah, sure. And an hour later, she called me. We talked. It's, on the one hand, not a big deal, but on the other hand, very clear that she valued me.
There was care there.
There was a lot of care. Yeah. And it
Yeah.
wasn't, it's not, I'm sure, this is not mushy, it's not all hugs and flowers and daisies, but there's a real heart to it.
I dig it. That was a great example. Thank you
Yeah.
again for coming on. I'm going to leave you up here for just a second, just so you can say hi to my next guest, because
Please.
I was
Hey!
hoping, Jeff, I can't believe you actually did that. I was hoping beyond hope
So glad.
that
It's
I
so
would
good to
actually
see you.
have an
It's been
opportunity.
forever.
Yeah.
It is a pleasure to see you, Renee. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, likewise. Very much so. Oh, I'm
Good.
glad.
Awesome. Well, I'm about to talk with Matt about ownership now.
Love it. I'm going to hang out. I'll hop off and then I'll hang out.
Amazing. It was
Bye,
great to
Renee.
see you, Renee.
All right. Thanks again.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
That's
Matthew Engler.
fantastic. That's fantastic.
You were
Thank
hoping
Jeff.
it, and
I
I
really
get it.
was. I really
Yeah.
was.
Well, as soon as I saw you show up in the green room, I was like, this has to happen. What is up, Matt? It is so good to see you, man.
It is an absolute pleasure and honor to be on with you, Jeff. And just regardless of what we're going to talk about, as someone who has known you for a long time, I couldn't be prouder
Thanks,
of what
man.
you have done, the content of the book, just the topics that you're talking about. And so just kudos, man. Really big congratulations.
Thanks. Well, I'm glad you're here, because quite frankly, I wasn't going to do either of the 2 days if you weren't here. So ladies and gentlemen, Matthew Engler, he saved the entire event single-handedly. I want to talk to you about ownership. And
Sure.
obviously, outside of maybe Jocko Willink, I can't think of anybody who comes to mind faster for me on the topic of ownership than you. And we've talked about this over so long that we've known one another, that I really wanted to dig into it. The topic today is really exploring the 8 commitments of the team. The things that if you were to have your team commit to these 8 things, that you would see a team with high trust, high care, high psychological safety that's able to achieve incredible things. So I thought about ownership. I thought that's something where if you had a team full of people that owned what it is that they do, what could that be?
Powerful.
So I wanted to start out by asking you, when I say ownership, and when you think of the concept of ownership, how would you define it? And what does it look like on a team when you have ownership throughout, like, the top to bottom levels?
Yeah. And I would say at the outset, and again, this goes back to a lot of our conversations, Jeff, I'm heavily influenced in thinking about ownership by Jocko and his book, and just how he seems to talk about it is even from the beginning, before the book was even out, when he talked about ownership, just it always resonated with me, how he structured it, the framework that he put to it. And so, there's kind of 2 aspects that really come to mind. And first is at the individual level. It's a mindset, it's a framework, and it's an approach that can be applied in almost any area. And I think that's one of the things that I really liked about the concept of ownership, because it felt like this knob or this lever that you could turn or pull regardless of what you were facing. I mean, yes, business context and team leadership, but think about anything that you're approaching or up against in life. How do you insert ownership in there? And so it's an opportunity to invite responsibility for what is happening to you. And I think, sometimes we do that naturally given the circumstance or the position that we may be in. But by and large, what I find, and as you and I have discussed, that's something that is not there automatically, something that needs to be developed and infused. And so when you kind of take that and then apply it to the thinking around, well, how do I infuse ownership on a team, and how do I, as a leader of a team, think about ownership? It really is as simple as, regardless of who my people are, the circumstances that we are encountering, and the outcomes that we're hoping to deliver, ultimately the buck stops here, and it is with me. And I think it's like, you have to start there, and then you can start to develop nuance as you drill deeper into your particular situation.
I love that you brought up, even at the outset of this, talking about it as a mindset. And I loved your kind of visualization of it as a dial that you could turn up and down. Because I've always thought what's interesting about ownership is that you don't need permission from anyone to take a position of ownership over your work, over what you're doing, whatever, because it is purely in your mind how you relate to your
Yes.
work. And the thing that I don't want to say I've struggled with, but I spend a lot of time thinking about is that, we've known each other for a long time, and I've always seen you as someone who takes an incredible amount of natural ownership. From the day I met you, it felt like that was infused into your bones in the way that you approach your work. And I think that I'm a little bit more spotty about it. I don't approach everything with that sense, but the things that I'm really into, I have a very high degree of
Sure.
ownership. And I've tried to cultivate it more and more in myself. Where I've spent a lot of time thinking about is, well, how do you make that happen? How do you manifest that in other people? Because it's easy to say, well, just take ownership over it, right? Like it's a thing, you just say it and everyone will do it, right? But you have a team, and everyone's going to
Yes.
come to it with their own baggage around, the type of coaches they responded to, the type of teachers, the way that they showed up in classes, the way they showed up at church, wherever it might be.
Yes.
You have these roles where you may or may not take ownership. So I'm wondering what you think is the pathway that you've seen as most effective at cultivating ownership in people. Is it lead by example? Is it training? Is it one day you just say something and it clicks for someone? Like, how have you seen it work in being able to transfer that sense of ownership to people on your team?
I think there's two parts to it. And one without the other, I think you won't be able to really cultivate that environment of ownership in the way that you would want to as a leader. And I'll give you an analogy. We're big basketball guys. We talk basketball a lot. So you think about the triangle offense, right? Phil Jackson. There is a framework and a system and a things that must happen for the triangle offense to generate the type of results that they would want on a basketball court. At the same time, what you're allowing a Kobe Bryant to do versus someone who is maybe more of a role player coming off the bench is a bit different. There's nuance in then how you apply that. And I think it's true with ownership as well. I think there are things that must be in place. You start at the very beginning, the Simon Sinek, you start with why, right? So is the why there and available? Is the mission clear? Have people, and I love the fact that alignment just came before this, right? Are you cultivating that sense of alignment? I think there are these mission critical things that must be in place to then build upon. And I love that you said people are bringing all different kinds of things to the table. And you have to understand that. And you can't just apply this framework in the same way all the time to every single person. So you need to lay the solid foundation, but then you've got nuance as a leader. And I actually think that's one of the most exciting things about leadership is that it's not rote. It's not the same thing for every person. Yes, we're driving towards a standard outcome and hopefully we're all doing it together. But I love trying to figure out the different nuances and tendencies of my team. And so you really need to then build connection, understand what motivates that particular person. Also, what is their propensity for ownership? That's not a value statement, but different people have different competencies in a variety of areas. And some you mentioned, maybe I naturally gravitate towards that, whereas maybe for you, that's not the standard operating procedure. That's neither right nor wrong. So as a leader, one, being able to understand that that's not a wrong or right thing. But then two, what do I then need to do to ratchet that up a bit? But it all starts with laying that foundation. How the why, is the mission clear? Is the team for each other? And then you can start to develop a little bit of nuance in really having someone own what's in their role or the project that they need to achieve.
I love how time and time again throughout all of the discussions I've had, how much there is a common theme that there's a bit of a foundation building that has to happen. And it so naturally aligns with the things that I put in the book around care, trust, and safe travels, that when you have the environment where you've got, because again, to even get to alignment, to get to communication guidelines, and to get to safety and protection, all of that is folded into having a sense of at least connection with the people you're working with, a
Absolutely.
sense of trust. And how are you going to even hold someone accountable if there's not already that sense of trust and safety? And I was going to take us to the point of accountability, which is there's such an overlap between accountability and ownership. How do you see those two things playing together? And I guess what I'm really trying to get at with that question is, do you think that it's possible to create a sense of ownership in every single person that you work with on your team? And I'm wondering how accountability may factor into that, if that's part of the way you get there.
I love the question. So I think that you certainly can. I think, again, you come back to, there's probably different propensities that a person is naturally bringing to the table. But what struck me in the question as well is like how much there's an overlap between the two. And I actually feel like the more that we can distinguish and pull them apart gives us more access to actually having both.
Oh, go deeper on that. Explain what you mean by that.
So for example, I think as a leader, we talk about accountability all the time, right? How do we have our teams be more accountable? How do we insert, what we're missing here is accountability. However, if you do not have a team or an individuals on the team that has a true sense of ownership, what are you holding them accountable to? Not what they've chosen. And I think you got to read the tea leaves a little bit as to where we are. Let's talk about 2022, for example, and labor and what the workforce as a whole. I'm painting with a bit of a broad brushstroke, but one of the major things that seems to be creeping up in a lot of my conversations, or as I'm recruiting, and what do people want? This concept of autonomy, a choice, a say, more power in designing what their day-to-day is. You don't just layer accountability on top of that. That's a recipe for disaster. So you need to extract ownership from accountability first and foremost, work on having a team of owners. And then as a leader, then you have easier access to layering on accountability. Well, no, we've already talked about, and you have already shown what you're willing to own. So now the accountability conversation is, oh, we said we were going to own X. We're over here at Y. How do we close that gap? But that is very much individual or team led versus top down autocratic from the leader. And I think that's just a lot more powerful.
It's interesting because the way you just spoke about ownership there, and that in separating them out, it feels a little bit like there's an overlap between ownership and consent. That essentially, if you don't get someone to own a thing, if you don't get someone to authentically, truly take ownership over the thing that they're doing, then they're almost reluctant participants in the activity. Whereas when you have ownership, they've fully consented and therefore are more open to potentially inviting in that accountability conversation because they've given their word to it a bit.
Well, and it's a longer term view. I mean, I think you can almost, with brute force, even put together a high performing team that operates for a short period of time. But unless you're getting that consent, unless that person is opting in, because you as the leader, you've sold the mission, you've established the why, you've done the process of trying to gain alignment. Unless you have all of that, and that person has made that choice, long term, you're not going to have to be able to produce the results that you would like. And I dare say you will not have a high performing team 1 year, 2 years from now down the road at all.
So the last question I want to ask you about with ownership is, again, this book is for new managers.
Yeah.
And I believe that taking a sense of ownership in your role, taking a sense of ownership in any area, really gives you a little bit of extra fuel and a little bit of extra oomph that you need to make a thing happen, right? And I think a lot of new managers go into their role and they feel very much like they're a visitor. Like, I don't know if I necessarily belong here. And that may make it difficult for them to create ownership on their team. So forget about the team for a second. I know that's the focus of what we're talking about today here, but I think it's difficult in the same way it's difficult to love others if you don't love yourself. It's
Yeah.
difficult to take care of others if you haven't taken care of yourself. If you don't have a sense of ownership yourself, it can be difficult to model that so that your team sees it and to be able to see the opportunities to be able to inspire it in others. So the point I want to kind of close out on with you on ownership is thinking about that new manager, looking
Mhm.
for early opportunities to find that sense of ownership. How do you recommend they keep an eye out for those sorts of things? You recommend that they look for big, bold actions to take ownership of, maybe small tiptoe steps into ownership? Should they be challenging authority? Should they be working with people on their team? Like, how do you recommend if you had a junior manager on your team, where would you look for that first step of ownership?
That's a great question. And I don't know necessarily that there's a right or wrong answer here, but I'll say how it kind of occurs to me. I've really, especially over the last few years, um, enjoyed even in just my personal life, tinkering, experimenting, trying, uh, thinking about things in a very iterative process. And I think what I would try to communicate, especially to a junior manager, is let's not try to go big and bold right off the bat, but how can you take something that you're passionate about and show you are willing to try and fail, try and fail, try and fail, iteratively improve. And the only way that you can do that, by the way, is having a strong sense of ownership, because you're taking accountability. There's a taking accountability for, I didn't quite yet achieve the outcome that I wanted. You're transparent that that has then happened. And then here, because I am an owner, there's always a next step I can take to try to either improve, course correct, or then now achieve the outcome. And I think as people see a leader, one, being willing to take that step, two, never stop, three, own the results regardless of what they might be, I think you start to slowly but surely build and cultivate that environment where people can step in and do the same exact thing. We've had this safe environment phrase appear, multiple times as people have come on. You create that safe environment for people to join in with that as you, and take that sort of same ownership. So that's how I would probably encourage a more junior manager just starting out to approach it.
I love it. It's such a good thing because when people on the team then model that behavior, you get into a lot less blaming and finger pointing. You get a lot more people taking ownership over what happened and stepping up to try and correct it. And when you multiply that out across the entire team, I don't think that it's a big leap of logic to see how that makes a team that's going to be higher performing, that's going to be more resilient, that's going to fill in gaps and catch errors earlier, and who are going to support each other no matter what the case. Because even if somebody else is faltering, if you have that sense of ownership, you're going to step in to help them. So I
Totally.
think it's so critical that teams commit to that sense of ownership and that leaders look for those opportunities to cultivate it.
Absolutely.
I think the
Absolutely.
tips you've given here have been like super helpful for how to start that. And both you and I just mentioned at the beginning of this chat, Jocko Willink's book, Extreme Ownership. I would recommend that to people. I know you would recommend it as well.
Very much.
One of the things this launch event has done for people is created an extremely long book list for them to read.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you the final question before
Yeah.
I bring on my next guest. I only have 2 minutes left with you, which, my man, I miss you. It's so good to see you. Lovable leader. It's a term that came to me before I even had the outline of the book, but it resonated.
Yes.
And I felt like it would resonate with other people. So when I say the term lovable leader, who from your past or from your present comes to mind for you? And why does the term lovable leader get labeled on that person for you?
Yeah. It was a fun exercise to not put too many parameters around that. When you ask the question, just like who like that came to mind, and then I kind of pulled on that thread. And so there's two people very quickly. So one, actually, when we were working together in our consulting days, his name is Henry. And what I really appreciated about him was that he was a person who gave me some of the most honest, uh, brutal, but in a great way, like direct
I remember him.
feedback that as someone who is just starting their career, I literally think about to this day. And as I look back, what a joy and a privilege to have someone who was not afraid to tell me what I needed to hear, regardless of whether I liked it in the moment, because I knew he cared that I was able to take that next step. And then someone that I don't know, but I really enjoy following and listening and reading. Michael Hyatt comes to mind, was another person that came to mind. And you know my love of
Yep.
productivity and that sort of thing. But what he has done in terms of trying to equip the leader as well, and I think you've got vision, you've got, but once again, someone that I think shows everything that you've talked about over the past 2 days, and it really encompasses. And I have just gotten a lot out of now reading a lot of what he has put out as well. So those are the two that really come to mind.
Excellent. Those are really good ones. And I agree knowing both of the people you're referencing. So, man, thank you so much for coming on and being part of my launch event. I absolutely love you and I appreciate you coming on and sharing what you can about ownership. Again, thanks so much, man. I hope to be in touch soon.
Absolutely. Love you too, brother. Have a good
See you,
one.
man. Bye-bye. All right, so that was Matt Engler, and we just talked a bit about ownership. Before him, we talked with I talked with Renee Pollins on alignment, and prior to that, Christina Blacken on communication. We kicked off the day with Yvonne Alston talking about safety and protection. Now we come to the part in the day where we're going to talk about the commitment to growth, and for that, I'm bringing on Tom Schwab. Tom is an amazing individual that I met back in 2016. He is the Chief Evangelist Officer. Is that correct? Did I get your title right?
You've got the title right, and I
Excellent.
just have
Chief
to unmute
Evangelist
myself.
Officer, interview valet. And we've known each other for a multitude of years. You run a company that I absolutely love, Interview Valet. You and your company bring me a bunch of amazing guests for Shareable, and you've always been really amazing to bounce ideas off of. And your leadership out in the world is evident. Primarily, I want to bring up the fact that I put a call out on LinkedIn and said, okay, people in my network, who's a leader I should be talking to about growth? And the very first person I got back was someone from your team that said, oh, you should be talking to Tom about growth, his commitment. And I knew you from your work as, an advocate for podcasting, but I'm learning now about your advocacy for growth of the people on your team.
It's something I was very proud that one of our my team members mentioned me, and then I was honored when you reached out to me on that. And because to me that's the legacy. Nobody's going to remember the sales, other things like that, but if you grow leaders in your company, the impact that can have is just amazing because it's one thing for the CEO, whatever that means, right? For me as chief evangelist officer, but for people to say, oh, that's, they're impressive. But what really touches me is when I go to a meeting and meet somebody like you and they say, oh, you need to know Joanne's great and does all these things. And when they start talking about the people on your team, to me it's like being a proud parent. And it's like that growth to me, that is what's magic, and that is what's going to survive, not just a quarter but for years and years.
I completely agree with you. And I can say in my short but illustrious leadership career, the points that I can look back on and say that I had a hand in someone's growth are definitely my proudest of all of it. Today, we're talking about the 8 commitments of the team. And specifically, I had you on because I want to talk about the commitment that a team makes to growth. And as with all the rest of the commitments, the leader does have to model a commitment themselves to growth and a commitment to their team's growth and a commitment to these ideals. So I'm curious, in your experience, how have you found yourself able to create a commitment to growth on your team, that you get people excited about their opportunities to grow? Because sometimes that can be difficult. Some people just want to clock in, clock out. How have you been able to inspire growth as a mindset on your team?
I think if I look back on it and my experience, so my first job out of college was running nuclear power plants in the Navy, right? My first job was in the Navy, and their whole thing was growing people. The joke was you just about got comfortable at a job and they'd move you on to the next one, right? Because you've got to do a lot of things to go, go from being a new ensign to running a ship in 20 years.
Mhm.
And I think a big part of that was that idea of a mission, of what you're doing here, even at a lower level job, is important. and you need to master this so you can go on to the next one. And that sense of mission is so amazing. And I remember seeing that in the military, what people would do because they believed what they were doing was important. And I've done the same thing with all of the companies that I've worked in, that I've led, and even now, right? We're just not making bookings. We're not doing introductions, right? You're changing people's lives. And one of the things that I tell people is that the greatest gift in the world that you can ever give someone is introducing them to a new person or a new idea, right? It's the one thing that they can't do for themselves, and it will change their life, right? And so framing it in that way, that what you're doing is important and it's impacting that. And when you find ways that you can celebrate that, or share that back with them, I think that makes people, I don't want to say the word motivated, right? Because motivation is something that comes and goes, but it's more like Matt was talking, they're committed. They've got ownership into it. And that's that whole idea of being psychologically self-employed, right? They're doing it because they believe in it, not just because, they've got to check off that box.
You raised such an amazing point that I honestly don't even think I've considered up until this point. I mean, it might have been lingering in the background for me, but you're talking about inspiring a commitment to growth on the team by way of the mission, by way of clearly defining and clarifying the purpose and mission of what we're all doing together, and how that actually intersects with the ownership that we were just talking about. That if you create the right destination of where we're going together, that big why, you get everybody kind of aligned in that and taking ownership over that direction, you create the conditions where growth is a byproduct, where people commit to it out of their own, you use the term psychological self-employed. I've never heard that. I say psychologically unemployable for myself. But you create the conditions where that culture of growth on the team actually kind of naturally emerges. I'd never thought of it that way.
Well, it's that old story about, there's two masons, right? You ask one of them, what are they doing? And he's like, I'm laying bricks. And the other one says, I'm building a cathedral. They're both
Yeah.
doing the same thing. I tell you what, I'll get up every morning to build a cathedral. I'm going to sleep in if it's just another day of laying bricks. So I think it's trying to make them understand what they're doing is important, because what's the flip side of that? If I'm just laying bricks, why do I want to get better? Why do I want to grow? It's at that point, it's almost you feel like a cog in the wheel. I'm laying bricks until they can find a machine to do it better, or to replace me. Yeah, I think it's making people understand what their part in the world is, and what their next part in the world is too. That's one of the things that always struck me. Like I said, in the military, there was always growth opportunities, always that next thing, and maybe that's in the company. Maybe that's outside the company. And I can think of some interns that I had early on. I knew I was going to have them for one semester. I knew they weren't going to graduate and come work for me, but I was still proud to say, you need to learn this because you're going to have people that are reporting to you someday. And, I look back on those, and some of those interns are still friends to this day. And I always joke with them that someday I'm going to hire, or they're going to hire me, right? Because they're so sharp that they'll buy my company or something.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's such a good point. Um, I was thinking the um, the challenge for a new manager, and because so you've had the benefit of the experience of having that experience in the military. You've had several companies that you've worked in, and now you have your own company. So like you're, for lack of a better term, you're very seasoned in this. When we think about the new manager, there's kind of two things that I'd imagine that are immediately smacking them in the face in this conversation around growth. So the first is kind of to your point about the interns. Why should I invest in growing this person if they're going to leave? So that's the first thing. And the second thing might be, well, how do I even get someone to care about their own growth if they're not inspired to already be here and work it? Like if they just want to come in and, you know, clock in, clock out, do their bare minimum. How do you advise new managers get started thinking about these two issues?
I just had this conversation with one of our new managers, and I bought all 6 of them, the new managers copies of your book, because I think what you're doing is so important, right? That foundational work there. And her question to me was, well, how do you motivate people? And honestly, you said I'm experienced. Maybe it's just gray hair, right? One of the things I've noticed is that I can't want something more than the people want it, right?
Yep.
And motivation to me is like cotton candy, right? You get the sugar rush and then it goes away. And I think if you just try motivating them, it's the burden's always going to be on you as a manager, right? But how can you empower them? How can you make them see what they're doing is important? How can you make them successful? How can you celebrate their wins and make sure that their okay, let's call them losses or failures aren't failures, but learning things from there. So it's I think at times we spend too much time with the C or D players, trying to get them up to the level than we do trying to take the A and B players to the next level. And I think now, as labor is so short, right? People can choose what team they're going to be on, right? So I think you need to make sure, maybe this is more of a senior leader, right? That you have great people on your team, not just warm bodies. Because if you've got somebody that on a team, especially from a junior manager, if you're hiring C players for them, it's going to be really, really tough, right? That's going to be tough for them, as opposed to if you're bringing them all stars. That can, they can do so much better with that. And going back to the military example, you mentioned Extreme Ownership by Jocko Williams.
Yep.
Love that book, right? Um, but I often think, are the SEALs the best examples of leaders, or is it like the bosun's mates, right? The people in the Navy that are chip and paint, right? Because those people that are at the SEALs, they're motivated. They are, you've got the best of the best there, and to lead them is like leading a major league ball team, right? That takes a level. But those people that have to lead the people that aren't doing the glorious jobs, that may be there because it's the best job they can get, or at that level, I think that can be even tougher leadership there.
Yeah. It
So
makes me think that there should be a book just called Ownership, because his was extreme ownership. It's like you just want to have like the day-to-day ownership book.
yeah, and but I think it's that idea, if you can, if they take the ownership of it, and the other thing too, um is if they're there for the leader, I think that makes a difference. And that's, I love the title of your book, The Lovable Leader, because early on, I would look at that as almost a negative, right? If everybody loves me, then I'm not doing it right, and not everybody will love you, but I think there's that respect, the love, and do you want the love from the higher ups? Are you loved by your superiors, or are you loved by those people that report to you? And I've seen in my career what a difference that makes in growth, right? Because there are certain people that you may fear them and you'll do what it takes, but then there's other people that you love, and you would walk through fire, just to make them happy, to hit their goal, whatever it is.
I love it. And I agree with you 100%. And in those new manager cases where they're trying to build the sort of culture that we've been talking about here today, how do you recommend, and how have you, maybe using your own personal example, how have you gone about connecting with your team to look for those development opportunities, to look for those areas for growth? How do you have those conversations? What are maybe some of the questions you start out with? New managers coming into this, how should they start by getting their team primed for growth?
I think as a leader, you set the example, right? So the way you manage them, they will manage their people. The
Mm.
questions you ask them, they will ask their people. And as a new leader, they don't know what they don't know, right? Um, so helping them with a framework of how they can do that, asking them the questions to help them get to the answers there. And I think, like I said, we've got new leaders on our team. We just promoted the next level of leaders there, and having that open, frank conversations with them. And, we're an entirely remote team. We've got people in Europe and North America. So it's not like I can just sit down and have a beer with them or, go out to lunch, but we get together through scheduled calls. There's an agenda with it, but it's just a Zoom call and those open-ended questions. And, uh, what are you most proud of? What are you struggling with? Where do you need my help with? What questions do you have? And sometimes, certain people will come with an entire list of things. Other times you have to ask those questions there. But I think it's maybe good managing is like good parenting, like good coaching. It's all about that listening and asking the questions.
I was just going to bring up the coaching aspect. So what it sounds like is you're saying really creating a culture of growth is a commitment to being a good coach as a leader, a good mentor, somebody who's committed to the development of their team, and showing yourself as someone who's committed to your own growth and learning, being vulnerable and open and saying when you don't know gives them the space to do that. And then when you ask them what they're working on, what they're interested in, what they're excited about, that helps you to build out that sort of, for lack of a better term, that agenda or that curriculum for where you may be able to help them step into and grow and learn new skills. And whether or not that comes back to help the organization or not, it does help that person grow and deepens the engagement you have with them on the team.
Yeah. And I think today, in this buyer's market, um, you can work any place, right? Let's not kid ourselves. Everyone that works for us is a volunteer. If they don't like it, they could go out and get another job tomorrow, right? So what are we offering them, right? Is if it's just a little bit of more pay, well, somebody else is always going to do that. But I think the one thing that you can offer your new people, your entry level managers, is to help them grow personally. And it's funny that when they start growing personally, your team's going to grow, your profits are going to grow, your sales are going to grow. It's like the chicken and the egg, which comes first. I'm not sure, but when one thing grows, it seems like it all grows.
I love it. Well, I'm going to ask you the final question that I've been asking all of the guests that have come on for the launch event. I just want to first also thank you for coming on and talking about growth, making the time for me for this launch event. I sincerely appreciate it. So thank you, Tom. So the question I've been asking is, I came up with this title, Lovable Leader. It resonated with me. It sounded like a thing that would conjure in everybody's mind a person that they've worked with. So who from your past or present comes to mind when I mention the term lovable leader?
When you said that, and I thought of one person more than any other. It was the skipper of the first ship I was ever on, Captain Bill Hayden. His call sign was T-Ball. Now, this guy was a guy that not only was a Top Gun pilot, then he ran all of Top Gun, right? And you're like, lovable leader? Yes. I mean, this guy was was the skipper of an aircraft carrier. He was the biggest fan. He was the biggest cheerleader. This guy never slept. He always thought the best of us, and he could be tough, right? And if you got called onto captain's mast because you did something wrong, I think most of the people there, they felt bad because they let the old man down, not because they were going to get in trouble. And he just had this spirit about him where he believed in us. We would do anything for him. And I've been friends with a lot of people on the ship since, and that, from junior officers down to junior enlisted, they all have that same vision of him. And it was really funny because after he left, we had another leader, and same rank. I guess he was a great leader, but this guy was an authoritarian. Everybody feared him. You
Yep.
did what you needed to do, but not more than that. And you think about all the different people. It was Captain Hayden. T-Ball was the lovable leader.
Amazing. Amazing. I love how Everyone I've asked about it has somebody that they can look back on that. And that leads me to believe that there's lovable leaders out there. We can create more of them. And thank you for picking up the book for your team. I sincerely appreciate it. I hope that it helps. I'd love any feedback you guys have. Keep doing what you're doing. Know that I'm a big fan of Interview Valet as a host that you send people to, and hopefully as somebody who's going to be a client of yours in the very near future. So
We would love that.
Tom, thanks so much for coming on, and best of luck on the rest of the year for you. And thanks for coming out and supporting me, man.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you for what you do and who you are.
Thanks, man. I'll see you soon. All right, everybody, welcome back. I have had one hell of a lineup today. Oh my God, I love doing this. I should do this all the time. It is a little exhausting after 2 days of it, but I'm energized by it, by the people that I get to talk to. I'm just amazed that people set aside time to talk with me about these really important topics. So here's where we are. We're at 3:20. I want to just take a moment to thank everybody who's tuned in and watched any of the event, whether it be live or whether you are watching it after the fact. I just thank you for your time and attention. I hope you've gotten a lot out of these guests that I've had on. They're all brilliant. I've spoken with a couple of people after yesterday's event, and they're like, "Oh my God, your network is ridiculous." Incredibly brilliant and in just amazing people that you have in your network. And I'm like, I know, it's amazing. It's really cool. I'm really happy about it. So if you haven't picked up a copy of the book, no better time than now. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. The Kindle version is only 99 cents right now. So I don't want you to buy it for 99 cents. I'd prefer you buy it for $17.99 as a paperback. But if you want to buy it for 99 cents, go for it. It's on Amazon. It's on Barnes & Noble. It's on bookshop.org. It is on Target. You can find all of the different places right here at lovableleader.com. And yeah, please go pick up a copy. And after you pick up a copy, I would love for you to not only pick it up, but read it. Tell me what you think about it. Leave a review on Amazon. Hopefully 5 stars. Hopefully. I don't know. I'm just trying to get it out there, trying to create more lovable leaders in this world. So I'm going to take a quick break because it's break time. And I will be back at 3:40. I'm going to be playing. I did a pre-recorded segment with Miley Topliff, and we talked about courage. So I'm going to be back at 3:20, or I'm sorry, at 3:40, and I'm going to be playing the pre-recorded segment for you to check out. And then after that, we'll take another quick little break. I'm going to finish out today with 3 very amazing guests. At 4:20, I'm going to be talking with Future Kane on resilience and the importance of resilience on a team. And at 4:40 to 5 p.m., I'm going to be talking with Chris Lynn from Day One, who is the opening speaker, and then Yvonne Alston, who is my opening speaker today. And we're going to be talking about cooperation. And I'm really excited about that one because I think we're getting into some interesting territory, difference between cooperation and collaboration, and just why it's so important on the team. So please stick around, come back at 3:40 to watch Miley, then come back at 4:20 and check out Future Kane, and closing out the day with Chris and Yvonne. Thank you to everybody who has shown up. Thank you to all of my guests. Thank you to my publisher, Page 2, who has been incredible. Thank you to my wife, who's just amazing at all times and incredible. Thank you to my daughter, who's really cute and has not had too many meltdowns in the background while I've been doing this. Thank you to my parents, who have been incredible influences for me. And thank you to all the authors and speakers who have served as inspiration and motivation for me. I will be back here in approximately 17 minutes. All right. My hope is, because this is first time I'm trying this where I'm playing a pre-recorded video. So I'm gonna need your help, audience, that I appreciate so much for being here. Please tell me if you don't hear the audio from this clip. Just put it in the chat. Wherever you are, just post in the chat, can't hear audio. That'll be helpful for me to know that a setting is incorrect. I have one way of doing this and I have another way of doing this. I'm not sure which exactly would work. I know one causes some problems sometimes with my computer echoes and such. I was dealing with that this morning, but I'm gonna try this other way. Let me know if everything's okay. Let me know if you can't hear. But I just uploaded the video to my streaming service. So I'm gonna be able to actually just play it direct from here. It'll take just a moment. It's going through a processing apparently. So while that's doing that, let's try the alternative way. Let's see if we can get that working. So thankfully we've got a little bit of time beforehand and a little bit of time afterwards. So while I'm doing this, have you picked up your copy of The Lovable Leader yet? You probably should. It's a really good book. Ask any of my guests. They'll tell you. All right. So we're going to give this a shot and see if we can get the video playing right now. So changing the audio session to that. So
Yeah.
today is all about exploring the 8 commitments of the team, which are what I'm putting forward as what I believe are the 8 commitments that high performing, high functioning, high trust, high care teams will make to one another. And one of All right. So next up today on our Lovable Leader launch event, today I'm talking with Miley Topliff, and she is a C-suite advisor, a people strategist, a change in communications, executive coach, and all-around fabulous person who I'm going to be talking to about courage. Miley, it is so nice to see you.
It is so nice to see you. And it's great that we're talking about courage because you and I met in a moment of courage.
It did. Yeah, it happened there.
Yeah.
And you are literally the first and only person that jumped to mind when this came up, followed very closely by Brene Brown. But I was like,
Oh,
if Miley is not available, I'll go with my backup and see if Brene has, some time in her schedule. I know that she's not doing very much these days, but you were the first person that came to mind because of,
you.
I always, anytime I hear the word intrepid, it's like seared into my brain, intrepid explorers from your talk where you were talking all about that. So immediately I thought courage, intrepid explorers, Miley, we're talking.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, and Intrepid Explorer is such a great thing to be associated with. So
I agree.
sometimes I have to bring out my inner Intrepid Explorer to have courage.
Well, let's talk about it. So
Yeah.
today is all about exploring the 8 commitments of the team, which are what I'm putting forward as what I believe are the 8 commitments that high performing, high functioning, high trust, high care teams will make to one another. And one of those is courage. So I was wondering if we could just start out having you explain it. What do you think it looks like when teams exhibit courage?
Yeah, so that's a really great way to think about it. So, as I think about it, one of the things that first comes to mind is what it doesn't look like.
That's always a good way
Um,
to contrast. So what does it not look like then?
yeah, so to me, one of the biggest things I know about people in teams is that when your team isn't talking to you, when people are not sharing information, sharing questions, you don't have trust. You don't have a place for courage to speak into. The other thing I watch for is how many voices am I hearing? If I'm only hearing one voice, there's not courage there. And so, so to contrast with the what's not there, let's go to what is there when there is courage. Um, I think you really have voices. You hear the whole team, you hear people, and you provide space to even the quiet ones to be able to have a way to speak into it, which might mean passing the mic, it might mean taking turns. Um, it's also being honest about what is it that we're trying to do. So what is the problem we're trying to solve? And I think a lot of times we can skip past that and as leaders assume like everyone knows what we're doing here. No, one of my favorite thought leaders is Priya Parker, and she is the consummate master or mistress of facilitation and mediation and really about the art of gathering. And so to me, one of the best ways that you can have a team exhibit courage is by being intentional about the purpose of why you're gathering. What is the role of everyone that's coming to this meeting? What is it that you're trying to achieve together? Um, how do you make space for each other to speak? Um, it would also be things like admitting that you don't know something. I had the experience recently of working with a nonprofit group. And as you are aware, a lot of my experience comes from very large companies or mid sized companies. And so, working in a nonprofit, I brought some of my corporate speak with me. And I remember when one of the leaders was like, Miley, what do you mean when you have this and you use these abbreviations? I don't know what those mean. And I was like, "Oh, no problem. I can explain that." But had she not taken that moment of courage to ask me, she would have continued to be like, "I don't know what she's talking about when she's doing that." So I think that really ability to ask questions to understand um, is really important. Um, one of the other things I think that, as I have known you over these years, it's also about asking for time. Like, I need time to reflect on that because there's so much immediacy, and you and I've talked about that. It's like
Yeah.
people feel like, "Oh my gosh, I have to give an answer right this minute," or "I have to know what I'm thinking right this minute." And it's like, no, it's okay to be like, I come back to you tomorrow? Or, I was reading something about that and I'd like to come back to our meeting next week and share that information. In fact, I'll send it in advance so that people have a chance to look and read it. And so I think to, that's another way you see courage is that people are asking for time, they're asking for space, they're asking for clarity. Um, and I think, too, one of the things I think people don't think about often enough is when there is courage, there is often dissent, there is often conflict, and people, oh, that's not good. It is actually good. The question is, what does the team do with that dissent and that disagreement? And how do they lean into that? And how do they listen to understand, not just to respond? And I think that, really strong teams, in looking at the work that you've done, they don't let those things linger. So it's how do you do the follow up? How do you do the loop back when maybe you're like, I didn't show up in my best way. I need to make amends. or I need to follow up because now I'm understanding better what they were trying to tell me. Those are important actions, and those are actions of courage, but they're really actions of somebody who's a principled person who is like, I can own this. It's okay for me to feel stupid for a moment in order to just really admit that, hey, I wasn't at my best in that moment. And I had some time to really think about what it is you were trying to bring forward. And I'm getting that. And I want to have a further conversation so I can better dig into that. So those are some of the things that I think about with a team that has vulnerability, or excuse me, with it shows up with courage. Um, I think the other thing I've noticed with teams that exhibit courage is, um, instead of speaking for each other, they help create space for someone else to speak, and or they help coach behind the scenes so that someone can bring their message forward and feel comfortable. Um, and that's a really big thing. It's like, how do you teach people to carry their own water versus, carrying their water for them, which creates dependency. It doesn't create moments of courage for someone to step into. Um, you know, so I was thinking too, as we're talking about this, David White is one of the other teachers that I would point to that has written a lot about courage, along with Brené Brown. And he talks about something about like courage is really not that far away. And sometimes we think it's like this big, grandiose thing, and we've got all these layers and all these explanations on top of it. And really, it's like, it's like 10 seconds of like really leaning into, I can do this, I can say this, I can speak my truth, I can show up here, I belong here. And you might have moments after that 10 seconds of stepping into that space of what have I done? But you've been true to yourself. You've been true to the moment. You stepped up to the plate. And more importantly, you are showing up. And that's what life is. It's a series of moments of showing up. And that's what courage is. It's really about, it's living your life and showing up.
You brought up so many different things there, and thank you for that, because you covered a lot of ground on what courage looks like on a team. And as you were saying, the various things that look like courage on a team, I immediately began thinking about, the definition of courage is something that I've been really fascinated by, because I think a lot of people get it confused with bravery. And not long ago, I actually learned the distinction between the two. I'm going to share that today, which is that what I learned about the difference between the two is that bravery is about marching into something without fear, whereas courage is about acknowledging the fear and choosing to do it anyway. And I think the things that you've brought up on the team are all of the things that we might feel fearful of. We might be fearful of the conflict. We might be fearful of the pushback if we bring up an unpopular idea or raise dissent. We may feel that we're not the right person, or that we don't have standing, or there may be any of the various things that are either in our own heads or that are about the dynamic of the team that would cause us fear. And courage is when the team has the ability to continue on and move through that. So I think you've laid out a lot of really good cases there. And I really like the one that you said about asking for time, because I know for myself, that's been a very big blind spot, as I am very immediate. I am always in the moment and I always have an answer for things. And I think it puts a lot of pressure on the people that I work with sometimes to be in that same sort of immediacy. But something that I've really been working on with people that I coach, people on my teams, people that I work with, is to say, hey, listen, you don't need to answer this right now. Like kind of setting it up and creating that space. Like, I know I move at this lightning speed, but that does not mean that you need to. If you need to take time to process what we're talking about here, please do that. So I want to kind of pivot that into the conversation around what leaders can do. What can leaders do to create that space? Because I don't want it to sound like the courage thing is it's all on you, right? Like you, the team member, it's your job to be courageous. I would say that on the one hand, everyone should be in pursuit of their greatest courage that they're capable of. But I think in this discussion, the 8 commitments of the team committing to
Yeah.
courage as a team, how does the leader create space for that
Yeah.
courage to show up and for people to take courageous action?
Absolutely. So critical. And, my work is so much with leaders. And we talk about how do you create space for the team. And that's really, part of the first element of how you create an environment for the team to have courage and display courage. Um, One of the biggest things is that leaders have to do their own deep work. You have to be able to sit with uncertainty. You have to be able to do that and do your work on yourself in order for you to hold space for the team. Because if you're so incredibly uncomfortable, which there are moments when you're so incredibly uncomfortable and you get caught up in your riptide of, oh my gosh, what do they think of me? Am I doing this wrong? Am I, you know, and you get caught on the hamster wheel of you are not showing up for your team. You're not creating space for them. So how can you have the cognition of, I'm a human? Because we are, even though we forget that, and our work environment sometimes make us think that we're not, but we are. And so how do we as leaders, having done our deep work, having done our reflection, um, are able to show up in vulnerability, able to show up with an apology where it's, appropriate to be like, what, was not my finest moment last week. Things were moving in a hurry. I was feeling pressure for what the board needed from me, and I snapped at you. That wasn't okay. I can't take it back, but I can have the courage to have the conversation, to apologize, to make amends, to try to, continue to move forward in that relationship with that other individual or with that team. I think that it's one of the things that Priya Parker says is honor the person, not the job description.
Yes.
And I love that. And I know you probably do too,
Well, in the
because
book, I actually wrote something like, you have to care about the person, not the employee. You actually have to care about the person that you're
yeah,
working with.
absolutely. And that's one of the things that can get in the way of team dynamics, is that it's like, oh, that person is in this job, so they don't have anything to say about that. When the reality is, we all have a lot of information about what's going on and different aspects of how we look at it. So you never know who the person is, who's going to have the insight, have the courage to speak something into a group, because they might not be carrying the baggage that everyone else is. So it's like, how do we make sure that everyone has space to speak into the circle, into the group? And I think that, go back to some of the examples on the team, really being clear about your purpose of why you're gathering or what it is you're trying to achieve. I can't emphasize that enough. There's way too many meetings that people are sleepwalking through, that they want to stab themselves in the eye with a fork, which doesn't sound pleasant, but it's right up there where people are like, why are we having another meeting? What are we trying to do? And I think as leaders, we need to spend a little more, we need to invest the time in getting clear on why we're bringing people together. And I think that, especially in this time of pandemic and uncertainty, and then also looking at the things that are certain, there's so much that's moving for people in their lives of uncertainty, like what is changing with what are the guidelines or what's happening out there. And that carries itself into the workplace, because we are, as you said, we're humans. We bring everything with us, and we might be able to some of us can compartmentalize better than others, but reality is we're human beings, which means we're messy. We got stuff going on. We always come in with a lens on something. None of us come in completely open to everything, because we have history. Sometimes our baggage matches and sometimes it doesn't. But it's like, how do we, um, really get clear about how we're defining what it is that we're going to do together? and bringing as much certainty to that as we can. Because
Yeah.
that's uncertainty we don't need to have. And it's amazing how many times as leaders we'll just be like, oh, we're just gonna kind of wing this. We
Yeah.
don't need to do that to our people. We don't need to do it to ourselves. It really doesn't take that. We don't have to be so cute about, oh, it's going to take all this time and I need to bring this out and it's going to, it has to have this, that, and it. It's like, no. What is it? It's going back to a one simple question. I'm going to quick look here because I wrote it down because I was like, this might come up. Hold on. I just need to scroll here. It's the question that Priya Parker asks in almost all of her work. It's, what is this group trying to solve? What are you trying to do in this gathering? Are you trying to align? Are you trying to show differences? Are you trying to show similarities? Are you trying to build a community? Are you trying to separate some things into different categories? Those seem like simple questions, but they're questions that we don't ask often enough as we're pulling people together.
Yeah.
And the
I
clearer we
agree.
are about that, and the clearer we are on questions instead of long expositions on things and opinions, the better we are at creating a space for our teams to be courageous.
I love it. And you so nicely tied together that these 8 commitments of the team are not standalones. They all kind of intersect with each other. And then it intersects with the work of a leader of creating and defining what the purpose is, creating strategy, managing the team along the way. There's so much that goes into it. So I really
Yeah.
appreciate you putting those all together. I feel like I could talk to you for hours about courage, but I only have actually 2 minutes left with you for this segment.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you the final question to wrap up on. Got about a minute and a half to answer this, but when I
Okay.
say lovable leader, who from your
Yeah.
past or present comes to mind? And you just give us a brief explanation why.
Yeah. So that leader for me would be a woman named Adair Peterson. And I think for me, she's one of those human beings that's very direct. She is very clear, like, here's what I'm really good at, here's what you're really good at. So there's that. Even when I was like, are you sure you want me to do this? She'd be like, well, of course I want you to do this. So it's like, okay. So it's a person who believes in you more than you maybe believe in yourself at the moment. So she was someone probably mid career for me that really helped me grow to the next level. Because again, I had both mentorship and sponsorship from her, as well as she was my leader. She is someone who's become a dear friend. And one of the things that I just so appreciated from the moment I interviewed with her many years ago is that it was a place, she created a space where I could tell the truth, be really clear when I had a difference of opinion from hers. And so, somebody who is that leader who creates psychological safety, holds space for questions, holds space for you to come back to. So, a lot of things that I do better, I'm not going to say well all the time because I'm human, but the things that I do better, a lot of it is because I was so fortunate to have her as a lovable leader. And she is someone who is still very much a part of my reflection and my practice as a leader. And she's someone who, well, she's still all of the things that I've already shared. She's also a very dear friend. Um, and I'm very, very fortunate to have her. And it was fun to read your description of the lovable leader and to be like, I know exactly who I would think about and mention in this
That's
time.
awesome.
So
That's
yeah,
awesome. Well, hopefully there are more people out there that will continue to be these kinds of lovable leaders, making those kind of impacts on people so that we can go all out there and do a little bit better. Thanks for coming on and
absolutely.
talking about
Thank
courage
you.
with me. And it is so freaking fantastic to see your face. We'll have to do this again real soon.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Sweet. All right. No echo. Great. Everything's working out. Everything's coming up roses. All right. So we are down to the home stretch here. We have 2 slots left. I have 2 more guests coming up today. I have Future Kane coming up in 16 minutes. We're going to be talking about resilience on the team. And then after that, we're closing out the 2-day launch event with Chris Lynn and Yvonne Alston, and we're going to be talking about cooperation. Today has been about the 8 commitments of the team, a concept you can find in my book, The Lovable Leader. And it's on sale now on Amazon, on Barnes & Noble, on Target, on bookshop.org. I'm not sure if it's in the Apple bookstore yet. Let's check it out right now together. You and I, let's see, is it in the Apple bookstore yet? Because, you know, it'd be really cool if it was. But, sometimes these things, they just don't show up, all at once. So let's check it. It is not in the Apple bookstore. So Apple peoples, I'm sorry, but if you want to get it in Apple Books, you either have to download it from you have to download the EPUB from barnesandnoble.com or one of the other ebook providers, or contact me and I can directly sell you a copy of the EPUB that you can put into your Apple Books. But otherwise, it's available on Kindle for 99 cents right now, which is like the deal of the century. It's not going to last forever. So if you want to get it at 99 cents, get it now. But if you buy it for 99 cents, I think you at least, I'm thinking it would just be really cool if, for getting it for 99 cents, you at least left me a review, an honest review. I want your honest opinion of the book. I obviously don't want you to BS or lie, but if you really enjoyed it, give it a 5-star. Let other people know that the Lovable Leader exists and tell them exactly why you liked it. It's a handbook for new managers. I tried to make it as actionable and tactical and practical as possible as a guidebook and a handbook for new managers. So it's not fluffy, even though it has like a warm, huggy, feely kind of feel to it, being called the Lovable Leader. It is really designed to be something that you can use and put into action. I break down the framework and the pillars of lovable leadership in the beginning. And then we go into all of the different things that are leadership. That's goal setting, that's strategy, that's management, that's conflict resolution and detours and when things go off track. And it even includes something that I don't know if I've ever seen in a leadership book, but self-care. You have got to be able to think about yourself and take care of yourself. There's a section in there on balance, and it's all about you as a leader staying in the right mindset so you can bring your best to leading the teams that you're on. So I hope that you pick up a copy of the book. I put a lot of heart into this book, a lot of work, a lot of effort. My publisher, Page 2, was really fantastic to work with. They helped me put together what I think is a really, really excellent book, and I hope you agree. So go and pick up a copy today. Lovableleader.com. You can learn more about the book. You can download a preview with the first chapter and the introduction. There's going to be a page at lovableleader.com/books where you'll be able to actually see a list of recommended reading that I think are really good for new managers. And if you pre-order the book, or if you order the book, I'm actually setting up a thing where if you were to, there's going to be a page on it where if you upload your receipt and give me your email address, I will put you on to download some free resources, such as a conversation guide that I'm working on and a couple other things. I'm going to be doing a Lovable Leader assessment, so something you can send out to your team and get a sense of, what they think about your status as a lovable leader. What's the degree of trust on the team? What's the degree of safety? What's the degree of care? All of those things are really helpful. So I'll be putting those together, and they'll be coming along in the next couple weeks, next month or so, because there's a lot to do still with the book launch. But yeah, I'm going to take just a few minutes before Future gets here. Again, I'm going to grab myself a little bit more water, so I'm ready for the closeout of the day. Thanks again to everybody who has attended. Thanks again to all of my speakers. And I will be back here in approximately 10 minutes with Future Kane talking about resilience. I will see you then. Classic. First time today. Mic muted. Maybe not the first time. I don't know. But I got about 4 minutes until Future gets here. So I figured I would just hang out with all of y'all. If you're watching right now, thank you. Got any questions? Anything you want to talk about before we go down the path of resilience and cooperation? Today we've been talking about the 8 commitments of the team, safety and protection. We started out with Yvonne Alston. Then we talked about communication guidelines with Christina Blacken, went into alignment with Renee Pollins, started talking about ownership right after that with Matt Engler. Then we got into growth, talked about growth with Tom Schwab from Interview Valet. And then I just played for you the interview that I conducted with Miley Topliff talking about courage. We're going to be closing out the day talking about resilience and about cooperation. Now imagine what a team might look like if you had all 8 of these things. A team that committed everyone to safety and protection, that committed to a certain communication guidelines so everybody's on the same page about how we talk to one another and what dissent looks like, what bringing up tough conversations looks like, how we might work that out. A commitment to alignment, that we can disagree, that we know that we're going to have disagreements, that we're not always going to be on the exact same page about the how, but we're all on the same page about the why and where we're going, the kind of the what is the end goal. So we commit to finding alignment and to not always needing to get our own way in service of what the team is after. A commitment to ownership. What happens when you have a team that all commit to owning their roles, to committing to taking a sense of ownership, even when it's something that doesn't fall under their job description, right? Like, what does that look like when you own the complete success of your team and are willing to go above and beyond to make that happen? Like, can you imagine what a high performing team that might look like? What happens when you have a team that is all committed to growth, where everybody is committed to this idea that they can continually grow and get better and unlock more of their potential, and that they can help others to do that? So as a team, that there's this commitment to getting better and to growing. I mean, can you imagine the possibilities when you layer that on top of everything else we've talked about? And then a team that is committed to courage, that there are going to be times where the team doesn't exactly know what's going to happen, where there might be something that requires a little bit of a leap of faith. And that at the same time, even though the team is a little bit fearful, that we walk into that anyway, or that courage extends into how we talk to one another, that even though we're sometimes scared of the conflict that might need to happen, that we still courageously venture into it in service of what the team is after and in service of building stronger bonds as a team and building more trust and building more care. Can you imagine that? And then we're going to add 2 more things to that. We're going to add resilience and what it looks like when you have a team that is committed to bouncing back from setbacks. It's going to be amazing. We're going to talk about that with Future. And then we're going to talk about cooperation and what that looks like when a team commits to cooperation. Just think about that. All those things together: safety, communication guidelines, alignment and ownership, growth, courage, resilience, and cooperation. I don't know about you, but I would love to be on that team. I'd love to lead that team or be on that team, either one. I feel like those are good things on a team. And I think we need more of that on our teams. And this is not something that you just write all these on the board and you say, we commit to these things, like how Michael Scott declared bankruptcy. It's not like that. These are things that take time. These are things that you want to set the intention for the team, that these are all things that we commit to. And you break them down, you go through them, you work on them. These are things that you have to, it takes time to get to them to be the way that you want it to be and to be in a place where it's all healthy. But these are the things that we commit to create a team where safe travels is possible. Because this entire section, the 8 commitments of the team, sit inside of the idea of safe travels, which is that if we're trying to go somewhere ambitious, we're trying to get to a big goal, we're setting a purpose and a big ambitious future as the leader, we have to provide safety along the way to do that. And the best way we can provide safety is by committing to the safety and protection, ensuring everybody else does, is ensuring that while we're on that journey together, that we communicate the right possible way and that we're willing to set aside differences at times to align on where we're going and what we're doing. And that the best way we can do that as a team is that every single person on that team takes ownership in that mission and is willing to commit to owning their part of it and to owning the success of the entire team and stepping up where they're needed. At the same time, we know that if we have team members who are continually growing, we just get more and more powerful and more able to do the things that we need to do. And today we're going to talk about resilience and cooperation as the final 2 pieces of that puzzle and how they fit into the concept of safe travels. So pretty excited about all that. I think it's going to be really, really cool. I'm going to put you on pause for just a moment. I'm going to make sure that I am supporting my guests in getting onto the show, just in case there's anything where they're having any issues or any trouble. And we will go from there. I'm just going to check in with my upcoming guests. Looking so far so good. All right, so let me set you up a little bit, if I could. So the person I'm about to speak with, Future Kane, I was introduced to via Yvonne Alston. And you have people in your life that no matter who they introduce you to, you immediately know the people are going to be awesome. I like to think that for a lot of people in my circle, I'm that person because I'm very thoughtful about the introductions I try to make. But Yvonne is definitely one of those people in my life that if she's like, oh, you need to talk to this person, I would literally talk to any of them. And when she introduced me to Future, I was like, oh, I totally get it. Future, it has an amazing energy about her. And from the very first interactions we had, she was making sure, as because she's talking to me as I'm going throughout this process of launching the book and putting together a 2-day launch event in a month, by the way, which, by the way, if you don't know, that's a Herculean effort. I'm actually still surprised that I was able to get this all done. Even my publisher was like, that sounds a little bit overly ambitious, putting together a launch event in less than a month. And I was like, yeah, but what if I did a day and a half? Anywho, so I'm talking to Future, first interactions with her, and she mentions to me, are you in the midst of all of this taking the time to really be present and focus on the accomplishment and taking in what's going on at this moment as you're going through the planning process as your book is about to go live. And it was such a really interesting, because this is a person I had just met, and here she was bringing to the surface for me this kind of mindful intention and this mindfulness around the time in my life that I'm actually going through. And it really set the stage nicely for, what my experience of Future has been since then, which is that, she is routinely making sure that the people, whether you look at her content on social, when she's interacting with someone directly, the experiences I've had, she's always making sure people are taking time to really think about um, where they are, how they're feeling, giving people space to be wherever it is that they are. And I just really appreciated that. So when I thought about talking with someone about resilience, I thought, somebody who has that kind of a mindset of mindfulness and is trying to make those sorts of things present is really a great person to talk to about resilience, because it requires resilience to continually bring yourself back when you're potentially facing something that's very stressful or something that's really exciting that can feel overwhelming, to feel overwhelmed and then to take that pause and get back up and kind of recommit to what you're doing and acknowledge what's going on is, I think, an act of resilience in and of itself. So Future should be here any moment. And then after that, I get to talk with Chris and Yvonne. I'm going to put you on pause and I'll be right back. All right. So I just sent an updated link over to Future. I'm not sure if the first link was no good or not. But while we're waiting for Future, I thought it might be a good opportunity to set the stage a little bit for what we mean by resilience and what that meant in the context of the 8 commitments of the team. So I like to start first with a little bit of like the definitions of things. So resilience and perseverance, these are 2 words that I think we often use interchangeably, but much like I talked about when I was speaking with Miley, there's a difference between bravery and courage. In the same way, there's a difference between resilience and perseverance. So perseverance is when in the midst of moving towards something and you encounter resistance, perseverance is the ability to push through the boundaries, whereas resilience is the ability to recuperate and get back up when encountering a setback or a failure. These are the distinction is very important because while perseverance is a valuable attribute in individuals and in teams, perseverance can actually, I don't believe it's as useful as a commitment of the team as resilience. And here's why is perseverance, because you're pushing through an obstacle, can sometimes make people feel overlooked. It can sometimes put people in a position where if you're persevering through something, things get cast to the side in service of moving forward. And I think that there's an opportunity to do something more important for the team, which I think exists more in the space of resilience, which resilience is so important as one of these 8, primarily because what we're talking about when we talk about trust, when we talk about safe travels and the creation of safety and the creation of an environment where care exists, it's important to understand that it's not about pushing through those moments where there's failure. It's not about, let's bulldoze our way through this issue that we are having as a team or as 2 individuals. It's actually about acknowledging that there is a setback. It's about allowing the setback to happen. And as the person who sometimes is in the offending chair or in the chair where maybe there's been a breach of trust or there's been a breach of care, or there's been the situation where someone is encroaching upon the safety of the team, um, it's important that that person who is in that position takes the moment to actually allow that setback to happen, to acknowledge that something has happened, to assess it, to be curious about what made it happen, to be curious with the person who was potentially harmed or where those breaches of trust or breaches of care or breaches of safety took place. It's important to be able to be curious about that and have the foundation where you can investigate it. And then it's not about staying down with that. It's about getting back up from it and committing to do better. And that's on the personal relationship side of things, whether it be trust, safety, or care. But even as far as the mindset of resilience as a team, let's say you're after a particular goal, you're trying to hit a certain sales number or something, and you wind up having a setback. You don't hit your goal, whatever it is. You're trying to, bring in a certain number of new clients. It's not it's not the time when you get to the end time frame of the goal. You want to bring in 5 new clients by the end of the month, right? It's not the time at the end of the month to say, okay, well, let's push through and try and make it happen here. The time is to actually stop and pause and reflect. You got knocked down. You didn't hit the goal that you were trying to. So let's regroup. Let's understand, what is it going to take for us to get back up and to put ourselves in a position where we don't get knocked back down again. So I think it's really important to acknowledge that difference between perseverance and resilience. And when we talk about a team that is committed to resilience as opposed to perseverance, it is a team that's not committed to pushing through problems, but a team that is committed to acknowledging problems and learning from problems, of learning from failures and learning from setbacks rather than pushing past them and trying to pretend that maybe they don't exist. Because perseverance often requires us to look at any obstacles as something that is something that we can overcome, as something that we can push through. And that's just not the case, especially when we're dealing in personal relationships, which are really the foundation of any team and of any leadership situation. So I think it's really important to make that distinction. So that's one of the 8 commitments of the team, and that's why I put resilience in the book. Some of the things that I don't know if Future's going to be able to make it today. I'm not sure if my links got through or anything like that, but um, so here are a couple of questions that I was going to be asking future. So I've got a couple of them. Oh wait, there she is. Haha! Yay! Oh no, I have Chris. Chris has arrived. Actually, I'm going to bring Chris on to talk about resilience. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Jeff, what's going on, man?
What's up, man? I figured you got here early. I'll bring you on. I don't know if Future got held up in a meeting or something like that. So figured you're here early, and I know that this is something that we can talk about. So hey, man, thanks for coming on and help me close out the show as well. It's really
Yeah,
awesome to have you
absolutely.
in 2 days.
Well, how speaking of resilience, then this is a topic that I did not know I was going to be talking on.
Well, I'm going to bring Yvonne on too, if you're cool with that. And
Yeah,
we'll just
let's do it.
We'll talk through the final 2 topics together.
Let's do it. Yeah. So yeah, speaking of resilience, like how has this been? How has this 2-day event been for you?
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, the gang's all here.
Yeah. So we're getting together a little bit early. I think Future got held up in something. So she wasn't able to make it for resilience. So that means that I actually get to have you and Chris a little early. We're going to talk a little bit about resilience and then move into cooperation. And Chris had just asked me on the concept of resilience, how have the past 2 days been?
Perfect.
Right. So
Yeah.
Chris, it's an excellent question, and you're a podcaster, so you understand. And you're both speakers, so you probably, I don't know if you have the same experience with me, but when I get off of stage, so like when I'm on the stage, it's everything. I give everything to that stage. And when I get off the stage and there are people that are waiting to talk to me, I'm still in it. I'm ready. I'm good. Let's talk. Let's connect. Let's find solutions. Let's just form a relationship. And then as soon as it's like, okay, we're fully done. We're good. Crash. I'm like, I could literally just sleep for like the next 8 hours as a nap. So, I have never actually done a full day live stream before. And when I set up the idea, even my marketing team with my publisher was a little bit like, you sure you want to do that? And I was like, yeah, why not?
Exactly.
And yesterday was amazing. I mean, I think the one benefit, and I think you'll both appreciate this too, when you're surrounded by amazing people, it's really hard not to be energized by them when they bring, when they bring that amazing energy and those amazing ideas. It's really hard not to just lock in and be like, I have these amazing people to talk to. I'm not gonna cash out now. So I really, I felt really good all day. I kept my energy there. But it was in my last talk with George that I noticed my voice was starting to go after the full day. And then it wasn't until after I finished out the entire thing and I hit off that I was like, just crashed. And Chris, you had texted me last night, and I'm sorry that like my response was basically like, meh, not I done, no more. Bye. Tomorrow, goodbye. So yeah, I mean, I will say that the overarching thing is it's been amazing. I've gotten to talk to incredible people, and I was able to bounce back to it today. I gave myself the morning because I thankfully didn't schedule 2 full days. And I feel like I bounced back well. And really part of that is, people like yourselves coming on to talk with me about important topics, and the hope that this sort of content is something that not just lives right now as a live event, but then gets to be chopped up and put out elsewhere and spread, because that I believe in this, like with every fiber of my being. And I know you both do too, that like we can change the culture of work bit by bit, piece by piece. We can make an impact on people. And if you just take one manager and shift how they lead, it can make ripple effects out into the world. So I think I'm just motivated by the purpose of it all. And overall, I think I feel pretty good, Chris.
Well, let me piggyback off of that, with what you just said, right? Is that you're focusing, speaking of resilience, you're focusing on that purpose and what you're being motivated by that goal, right? And so when we look at resilience, right? When I look at resilience, I think about motivation and how people are resilient to any obstacle that comes their way. And you are, let's cut the crap and the fluffy and just, we know that there's always going to be hard times, right? There's always going to be the highs, there's going to be the lows. People who pretend like it's all high, right? Like they have the Instagram filter on, That's not real life, right? And so let's be honest about it. And when we see the lows happening, let's acknowledge them and remember why we're there. Let's remember the purpose of what we're doing or the reason of what we're doing and focus on that goal, because that is what's going to help us push past that work. And so I just wanted to like call that out real quick, because that is what you just said is a really good way to help people stay motivated.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. Yeah, it'd be hard to get up if you didn't feel like there was a purpose to get up, you know? And that's really, and before you guys jumped on, I was saying there's a difference between perseverance and resilience. And there's a reason I chose resilience rather than perseverance on the team as a commitment, is that we're not looking to push past failures. We're not looking to push through tough times. We're looking to stop and acknowledge it and notice that it exists, learn the lessons we can from it, share it with each other as a point of connection, as a way of understanding each other better. And then we get back up because we're looking in the same direction towards a
Right.
goal. So yeah, I really appreciate that, because I think someone earlier was talking about, it was Tom Schwab was talking about growth. And he was saying, he kind of indirectly alluded to the fact that the mission, the purpose is what helps people to focus on growth. This growth is in service of something. I would say the same thing here. Your resilience is in service of something, and that helps you get back up.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. And, it's funny, many people know that Chris is a part of Indelible and we work together very closely. And I am the first one sometimes to go to Chris and be like, dude, it's been like 4 days of like 12, 13, 14-hour days. And like, I got nothing. And he's always great about reframing some of the challenges that I'm going through in the moment. And basically that premise of keeping your eyes on the prize, right? Like, and he reminds me, even in the hardest times and the darkest challenges of it all, with being a leader, a new CEO, all of that, of, reminding me almost of my why. And that, to your point, Jeff, just gives me like so much more energy and so much more tenacity to just keep going. And that's why understanding one's purpose and your own individual why for what it is that you do is so important, because that is what is going to get you through in those hard moments or these long days when you're doing something like this. Or when Chris, like, I remember when Chris, you did that like 24-hour or maybe it was like a 12.
It was a 12-hour live stream. Yeah, straight.
Yes, he did a
my
12-hour
Yeah.
live stream. Like, I don't think
I
that the
get
man
you.
took a bio break or anything. I don't know what you had going on over there, but he made it work for 12 hours straight, committed to stopping Asian hate and having some really critical conversations with folks. And I jumped in, we had a quick conversation, but I've never done anything like that professionally. I've worked really long days and so forth, but I got breaks with engagement, right? But to be on like that for 12 hours straight, like, it was phenomenal to see. And again, what was, the fire underneath, the surface, what people couldn't see is his passion and frustration with wanting to address Asian hate and what was happening in his own neck of the woods out there in San Fran, but what was happening more globally, right? We saw a lot throughout the United States, but it was just that passion, that fire, like, I'm sick of this ish. And we're going to have conversations about it. And I'm fully committed 12 hours straight to get it done. So, my hat is actually off to both of you. Like, talk about Superhero Institute. Like, both of you are my superheroes. You guys are amazing.
So what you're saying is we have to get you on a full day live stream.
Yeah.
I think that's what I heard, Chris. We can give you
Yeah.
pointers. We've both kind of done it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Good luck with that one. Chris knows I'm actually an ambivert, so that would be hard. I could
feel
do
like
it.
Yvonne conference would be amazing.
I don't know if I'm that loved as a leader yet, and I use the words
you are.
yet.
Yeah.
But
I feel like you're
maybe
getting
one day.
two disagreements here on that.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask you both one question about resilience, and then I want to shift us over to your topic on cooperation. But what does it look like to both of you in your roles as leaders and working with leaders? What does it look like to foster a culture of resilience on teams? How do you go about addressing that so that resilience is a thing that can happen on a team and people are willing to commit that that is a way that we operate?
Yvonne, unless you've got something off the top of your head, I see you looking at me.
I know you got something off the top of your head because you're like, in the midst of onboarding someone right now. So I feel like that's perfect in terms of tactics and tips around resiliency.
Yeah, well, I would start with a warning, right? Is that like resilience should not be coming at the cost of one's own health, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so I think that, Jeff, you had pointed out the difference between resilience and persistence, right? Persistence is trying to push through those barriers, even at the sake of one's own harm, right? And just disregarding anything else that's happening, right? And that's just continuously pushing through. But resilience is making those adjustments. And so I think with resilience and creating that culture, it's again acknowledging the humanity in the situation and in the moment. There's nothing wrong with someone coming, Yvonne coming to me after a long day and saying, "Oh my gosh, this day was great or horrible. It just took a lot out of me." And just acknowledging that moment of like, "Hey, it's okay. Like, focus on what we're trying to accomplish. And are you taking care of yourself?" And like Yvonne knows, like, I'm
Mm-hmm. Go
constantly
ahead. You can
texting
spill
her,
the
right?
beans. Go ahead.
Right? Like I'm constantly messaging her and texting her and being like, "Hey, have you been eating today? Are you working out? Like, are you taking care of yourself?" Right? And those are the smaller things that leaders, before it was what happens at work or at home, stops at the door. But
Yep.
that's no longer the case because those things bleed over. As much as we would love to separate and compartmentalize, that's just not how life works. That's not how the human brain works. So let's allow that and acknowledge that and allow people to have their space. And for leaders, understand that resilience comes at a cost of, or not at a cost, but you have to acknowledge the human side and the personal side of those individuals and their needs in order for you to be able to make adjustments and move forward.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
completely agree with that. And one thing I just want to add, and then Yvonne, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I think there's a lot of things we can say about the pandemic and a lot of things we can say negatively about what the impacts, but we can actually point to some things that we have to be somewhat thankful for, which is that I think that the pandemic really illuminated that this idea of checking your personal life at the door, it when you said it, it was like I took it as like kind of metaphorically check it at the door, but like as you were saying it, like my daughter literally like ran up and was like, "Baba." So like it's actually now literally the door is gone because this is work. We're at home. There's no more door, and we have to somehow fit everything together. And to ask people to fit into any sort of a box, even if we're talking about resilience as a commitment, that's going to mean different things to different people, and it's going to be based around what their unique circumstances. Which is why I've consistently advocated for, and I know you both agree with this, but like talking to the person, not the employee, not treating them like an employee badge number or whatever, or a team member with a title, but like an actual human being that's coming to bring their best self to work, has the best intentions, wants to do good work, but actually needs to be treated as an individual with their own unique criteria. And I think that's the only place that resilience can thrive is when we allow people that space. Yvonne, I want to hear from you about it though.
Yeah, I agree. I think that what is very critical for most folks, I'll say it is for me, is feeling that, going back to our earlier conversation of safety and protection, right? Number one, feeling that I can be transparent with whatever my challenges are that I'm going through with my leader, to be able to talk to them and have real conversation. Because my resiliency around, for example, if I'm at home and my kids have learning, and they're on screens all day, right? And I'm trying to be in meetings, and then Chris knows this, his little ones will come in and hey, and all of that, right? And that could be very stressful for some folks, especially if you don't have safety and protection within the dynamic of your team. And so in order to keep that resiliency up because of this blended environment of both work and home, it's really important to be able to have that transparency, to be able to have vulnerability without judgment, and to really be able to say, you know what? Hashtag this is us. This is us, like in all of our home offices, and screaming kids and dogs barking and screens glitching and tech going left. This is us. This is where we are right now. So we would do ourselves well to be able to I just think accept that, embrace it, and help each other along on that journey. And that's what's going to create overall resiliency. And then I think for employers specifically is being a lot more flexible when it comes to what does the average workday look like. Maybe it used to look like 9 to 5, right? Where we get in the building, we do our thing, we leave out. But now with the challenges that are happening, especially for parents, right? On the home front, we need to be looking at like, just get it done. Right? Like you don't need to clock in at this time and clock in out at that time. If you've got something where you've got to take, Chris got to take Marissa to violin lessons or gymnastics or whatever, right? Like it's really important to be able to say like, hey, that's okay. Take 2-hour break, go do what you got to do. We know the deadline to get it done. That's resiliency. That's agility. That's, strong, lovable leadership.
I love that you brought agility into it, because I think resilience is awfully difficult to do without some form of agility in the way of thinking, that you're willing to respond to conditions as they come up and be flexible to it. It's very difficult to be resilient in a rigid environment. And it just feels rote and it feels forced. Whereas in a more agile environment where you're thinking about how do I respond to circumstances, resiliency becomes a benefit within that environment. I want to shift to talking about cooperation because it's such a beautiful segue from resilience into cooperation, because they work so hand in hand. And Yvonne, when we were talking about this beforehand, I don't know if you brought it up to me or if Chris brought it up to you and you brought it up to me, or if I don't know if Chris brought it up to me, but we talked about this interesting distinction between cooperation and collaboration. So I want to make sure we do touch on that. But starting at the cooperation side of things, I think one of the things that I've noticed, that I've seen in my career, having gone through my MBA and then having worked in more corporate environments and then working for myself and then clients, is that competition seems to be more the norm as a way of operating. We've believed in this idea of like competition yields innovation, competition, the best results, but competition often in the work environment creates some of that toxic culture where it's a little bit of cutthroat, a little bit of backstabbing, a little bit of like me versus them, because there's scarce resources of positions that are open and higher salaries and whatever. So, in the way I see it, cooperation almost always in from a game theory perspective, even typically yields a better overall benefit for the team. So if I take that to be true, let's assume for the sake of the conversation that cooperation typically will yield better results. And competition's the norm. What do you think is sort of the pathway to getting cooperation as the norm in this culture where competition is so embraced and it's so the norm?
Yeah, I think it's very much the I versus we perspective right off the bat, right? I think cooperation, and Chris, it's interesting because Chris and I talked about this a little bit recently about, this notion of the individual rewards that we're seeking when we're trying to cooperate with one another, right? It feels, even just the tone of the word to me has always felt forced, right? Like you two, we talked about in the context of kids, like you two go play, right? You two cooperate, right? It's almost like this mandate, if you will, from two people who really don't want to play together. Right. And so it's kind of like a forced environment that you're trying to create versus, like, for example, when we talk about that distinction with collaboration, that's really about wanting to see one another succeed in addition to coming together around a shared goal. Right. And so Cooperation, I'll be honest with you, I'm just not a big fan of that concept overall when it comes to the workplace environment and so forth. I want to see leaders, especially lovable leaders, right? Talk more about collaboration, bringing their arms around each other as a team and working together towards that shared goal versus this and here's my contribution to whatever the goal is. And I do that. And like this cup of coffee, I'm going to sit it right here. And okay, I did my job and I'm out.
Can I just pause you for a moment there? Because that is a beautiful distinction. And I'm actually going to change the next version of the Lovable Leader edition.
Oh, no.
From oh no, I'm telling you this is a good thing, because that's a really important distinction, because cooperation can actually feel like that. We just need you to cooperate. Cooperate doesn't actually involve any real engagement, whereas collaboration, what you're talking about, is actually the part where the overlap happens. And wow, I'm actually like thinking about this section and thinking what a broad oversight that is, to not see the depth of where collaboration actually adds where cooperation doesn't. So you've definitely influenced the very next iteration of the book that goes live. So thank you for that. Before I even record the audiobook, I'm going to make that change, actually.
That's awesome.
Well, I'm glad to add that
Well,
value.
I was going to say, this is the value of collaboration.
Collaboration.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
right
happening
here,
live
right
now.
It's literally, yeah. So
meta.
I mean, the the thing I wanted to, there's a lot of examples that we see in this. And for those of you who may not have kids or, aren't used to that, like, go play together kind of mentality, most of us have gone through at least high school and college having done school projects together. Right?
Yeah.
That is a cooperative mindset. It's, hey, I'm putting you into a group, figure it out and cooperate, right? And like make sure you are all getting a grade, because like that is the end goal, is to get a good grade. So everyone gets that grade. But we all know there's that one person in the group that doesn't quite pull their weight. And yet they're still going to get the same grade as the rest of the group. And the rest of the group has to then scramble to make up for that lack of work. So cooperation is not necessarily a pooling of resources, right? That's what collaboration, I see collaboration as more, I'm willing to come together and bring all of my resources that I can to this table, and let's figure it out, right? Let's make 1 and 1 equal 3. That is collaboration. Let's not just add value for myself and have you add value for yourself, but let's add value together so the sum of our parts are more than its whole.
This is such an, oh my God, I'm loving this distinction, because cooperation now in the context of this conversation and expanding it with collaboration feels like, don't make waves, don't get in any fights, make it through it together. Whereas collaboration is saying, bring your unique strengths to the table for the benefit of everybody. And I really appreciate that the nuance there, that one really is more what we're looking for. We're not looking for team members who tolerate one another to get through an assignment. We're looking for all of them to actually bring their best selves to it, and not be in competition with one another. But I actually came up with a term that I wrote a little while back called cooperation, which is basically where you want all of the people on the team bringing their best work so that you're in cooperation to try and get the best outcome. So you're in competition to a certain extent with them, but you want them at their best, and you're both collaborating to get to that better goal. But it's like, you don't want to beat them. You want to both win. You want to win in a competition where everybody gives it their best.
Right. Like a relay race, essentially, right? A relay race, when you think about it metaphorically, right? It's both of these people doing their own job, if you will, right? At their pace, the best that they could possibly bring to it. But they have to collaborate. They have to collaborate in terms of signaling to one another, the right handoff at the right speed, at the right position, all of that. That's not cooperation. That cooperation says, hey, just make sure you grab the thing out of my hand when I come for you. Collaboration has another level, I feel like, of intentionality, right? And what you and Chris talked about, like adding those resources, adding those insights. And Chris's mathematical equation for that is brilliant. And I don't know if all the listeners caught that when he said 1 + 1 = 3. In cooperation, 1 + 1 = 2. You do your part, I do my part, right? But
Yep.
what you see in the 1 + 1 = 3 is your value, my value, and then the overarching goal. So we actually come out ahead. And that's where I feel like collaboration perhaps trumps cooperation,
Yeah.
and you get so much more out of it.
I love it. I love it. I'm just thinking of the what is the process of revising a book at this point? But
Oh,
it's all good. It's all good. I love that you brought it up because it is such an important point. And while I still believe that cooperation in the scheme of 8 commitments to the team is a good thing, I now
yes.
I now actually believe that collaboration is if you made those 8 commitments that I've got there, you got an amazing team. It's going to be great. But if you add collaboration instead of cooperation, you go a little bit
Yes.
deeper. We're now taking it that one step even further. So addition number 2, courtesy of Yvonne and Chris, is going to be collaboration instead of cooperation.
Well, Jeff, real quick, you had mentioned it, right? Is cooperation, and I wanted to highlight this, is a certain level of commitment.
Mm.
Collaboration is a next level of engagement, right?
Yes.
And so
Mm.
cooperation, you're committing to a certain goal, but with the collaborative piece, anyone who's been in a collaborative team or environment knows that there is a far higher engagement level between individuals for that goal. So that's something I just wanted to highlight that you had mentioned. And to add on to, your previous or to your original question on, like, well, how do you make that shift, right? How do you shift from a competitive environment into a cooperative or collaborative environment? Is you create that overarching goal and affect the individual's goals themselves for people, their people
Mm.
goals, and you link it there, right? And so that will allow you to get buy-in and that commitment that you need from them to make sure that that overarching goal is going to be achieved, right? You create that link, and so you say you want you want to be competitive, you have this mentality of motivation to be competitive. Totally fine. You can still acknowledge that competitiveness, but just
Mhm.
frame it just a little bit different, just shift that mentality just a slight bit so that the competition is not against their own team members, but is in competition to accomplish the goal at hand.
Yes, and I love the way that you position that because you mentioned something that I do in the framework, sitting on the same side of the table, which is you want to align your goals with the person you're talking with, right? So if you have a team and you have several people on the team that you want to cooperate or you want to collaborate, the easiest way that you're probably going to be able to do that is by understanding what each of their respective goals are, understanding how those connect with, overlap, or align with the goals of the team, and then have a discussion with them about how in their work together collaboratively allows them both to achieve the goals that they want, and how competitively it actually doesn't benefit either of them better or the team. So it becomes an open dialogue around the value of collaboration and cooperation as a commitment of the team so that we can get where we're going together safely.
Yeah. And there's both real-time benefits to that and then long-term when you think
Yes.
about it, right? So it's not just for that particular project, but it's what that deeper level of engagement actually nets out for the long-term benefit of the team. And that's team cohesion, right? Is that
Yep.
people they become almost marketing terms sticky with one another, right? And then next thing you know, they want to not cooperate more frequently, they want to collaborate more frequently because hopefully it's been a mutually beneficial experience for them. So then it becomes like you just mentioned a few moments ago, right? Myself, you, and Chris, it's like, okay, so how can we do some things together, right? I think we've talked about that a little bit. Chris and I have talked about that, about just when collaboration is done well and you have people coming with the best parts of themselves to around a particular goal, to a particular project or whatever, and it goes really well. It's just magic. I mean, it's just magic. And then you crave it and you want more of it. And that starts to build a bunch of skills. And to your earlier point, that makes them so much better when it comes to resiliency, because now you have collaboration and team cohesion. And so the resiliency level is higher.
I love it. And another distinction that just occurred to me as you were saying that is that in cooperation, you still have the presence of egos that people have to potentially just put on ice to get through something. Whereas with collaboration, people willingly set aside their egos in service of the thing that they're working on together. I think about any project where I've ever come in to collaborate with. It's like, I'm just going to come in, I'm going to give my best for this thing that we're all working towards together. And you set that ego to the side to collaborate towards the bigger goal. Whereas in cooperation, again, I agree with you that there's this, I can't stop thinking of like the just don't make waves. Like the cooperation is like, just don't get in a fight. Just don't fight with each other. So the competition piece there is like, just don't compete with each other. So it's bad. Just get through the whole thing. It'll be fine. Whereas collaboration, I'm seeing the impact of we set our egos aside. We bring the best part of ourselves. 1 + 1 = 3. So I love this distinction that you've all presented. I do want to put a pin in it though, just because I only have a few minutes left with you before we have to wrap the event. And I did want to leave time for this one part of the whole thing. Chris, you were my opening event for day one. People first leadership. I love what you're doing out in the world. Extraordinary. Yvonne, you were my day 2 opening act. We talked about safety. We talked about protection. Now I have you both here to close out the event. And I brought everybody that I brought onto these events. I brought to the 2 days. I brought on because they're amazing. I brought them on because they have amazing things to say. They're doing the actual work that inspires me and that I get to learn from. I want to just turn the end of my event over to the 2 of you to just share anything that you think wasn't covered in the conversations that you've heard or been a part of, that you think are important for new leaders to know about, for new leaders to be a part of, and for new leaders to think about as they journey towards becoming the best possible leaders they can become.
Yeah, so I'll share. I'll piggyback off of or repeat something I shared yesterday a little bit. But the number one thing that I think leaders need to do is to take care of yourself. Very often, leaders, and especially women leaders, are asked to sacrifice for the greater good, right? I mean, women at home are asked to sacrifice for the family, right? Women in the workplace are asked to put things aside or, not worry about those things. But again, we want to make sure that as leaders, we are taking care of our own emotional and mental and physical health, because that will allow us to bring the best version of ourselves to the table, right? Whatever analogy you want to use, you can't pour from an empty cup. Put the oxygen mask on first. Those are there for a reason. We have those cliches for a reason. So understand what you need to do to grow and figure out what your strengths are to best serve the team. And that, again, goes back to what I shared yesterday, is that understand yourself, know yourself better, learn about yourself, take that time to reflect, because for you to know yourself, the best version of yourself and the worst version of yourself, you can understand how you can best serve your team and help them succeed. If you know that one of their opportunities for growth is, say, learning about business finances, and you as a manager are not good at business finance, you're not going to be able to help that team or that team member as much as you would like to pretend to. So be a people first leader to serve them and help them grow by acknowledging your own opportunities and shortcomings and finding ways for them to grow and be successful in their role.
Woohoo!
I love it. Yvonne?
So I'm going to as well harken back to something I said to you earlier, Jeff, and that is I believe it's critical that leaders learn to be, when we talk about this premise of like learning to get more comfortable with being uncomfortable, I think leaders have to learn how to get more comfortable with being vulnerable. And that's not something, again, as we mentioned earlier, is not talked about in business school and all that. We don't teach those skills. And that's a critical miss, I think, in the education system, as well as within workplaces, right? When we're talking about professional development and all of that, I've never seen anything that had like vulnerability 101, right? If it wasn't for, when we think about it, if it wasn't for Brene Brown, we probably wouldn't even be talking about vulnerability, right, in the workplace and what that really looks like and how that's actually a strength. So I would encourage leaders, if you want to be most effective, right? You want to get optimal engagement of your teams, and you want to truly be a lovable leader, you have to start first with vulnerability. And that means taking off the mask, taking down all of those other trappings and exterior definitions of what a leader should be, and blaze the trail yourself with vulnerability and authenticity. And I don't think that I would imagine that most teams, and this is what I've seen too, appreciate that, right? Like I will say that even for my own team, I talked a little bit about my own vulnerability earlier, and there are so many other ways that I make it a point to be transparent with my team so that they then can feel like they can be transparent back. And that's how we get to this place of not only just identifying capabilities and skill sets or areas for opportunity, but also we learn how to support one another better. And that whole concept is wrapped up, or wrapped around, I should say, being a lovable leader and realizing that love that it could and should exist in the workplace. And if we did care for one another, our teammates, as much as we care, hopefully, for our loved ones and family, both worlds will be better. And I know that that's something that the three of us have consistently talked about, is how do we bring this to make it a better world? And all of the things that you've been talking about, Jeff, from a leadership perspective, lend itself to the outside world as well.
I completely agree. And I'm so happy that you've mentioned Brene Brown a couple times, because fun fact, I was listening to her book, The Power of Vulnerability. And at one point she actually, I think she's speaking to a group of business people in that talk. And she asks people if they've ever talked about love at work or something like that. And she goes about defining love and looks at, she asked all of these people these questions like, what is love and how would you define it? And some of the things that came up were trust, respect, and kindness. So when it came time for me to think about how we talk about the book, trust, respect, and kindness is how we're building these great teams. And that's many of the people described as present when you have love. So even though the title a lot of times makes people think of like the hippy dippy fluffy kind of like, oh, we're just going to have a great time at work and love our boss. It's really about what are the elements that we can learn from about what it is when we love someone or something. What does that look like? And what are those elements? And how can we bring that into the workplace in obviously a very appropriate way, but in service of creating environments that people love to come to, where people are willing to follow you towards a big and ambitious goal that aligns with their purpose, that aligns with their goals, that aligns with what they want. And how can that possibly change the future of our world if this is what it looked like at work? So that's why I wrote the book. And I cannot thank both of you enough for being part of my network, of being part of my friend group, of challenging me, of being people that I can learn from, and even post launch of the book, learn something that can actually deepen the concepts in the book and make it better. So I sincerely appreciate you both being here for the openings, for the closing, and being supporters of this whole thing. And just know that you are never unnoticed by me for what you're doing.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Jeff. And again, congrats again. So happy for you. I
Yes.
cannot wait to get this my hands on this book, man. Yeah, do the dance, man. You got lots to celebrate.
Exactly. You made it. Yes.
2 days, I did it. Well, thank
did
you
it.
both for coming on. I'm gonna give some closing remarks. I'm going to closing remarks. I'm going to go pick up my wife from work, and I'm going to have myself a celebratory glass of beautiful whiskey that my publisher sent me. I'm really excited about it. And we will be in touch soon. Thank you both so much again. And I will be in touch with you both soon.
Sounds
All
good.
right. Bye.
I'll see you later. Two days of a launch event completed. if by now you haven't been convinced to pick up a copy of my book, like what have you been watching this entire time, quite frankly? Hold on one second. Buy the book. It's awesome. It's really great. Look at all the people came out to support it. Look how smart they are. Look at all the things we talked about that were so interesting and brilliant people. So just go buy the book. It's awesome. I put so much heart, so much time and effort into it. And I think it's really, really great. And I hope you do too. And if you buy it and you like it, please leave me a review. It helps other people learn about it. And together, hopefully, maybe, fingers crossed, we can change the culture of work to one where we can create an environment where there is more care, where there is more trust, and where we can create more safety on the way to accomplishing big and incredible and amazing things, where teams commit to what needs to happen, where we can all enjoy coming to work, where we can all collaborate, where we can all care for one another and do the work that matters to us, where the work we're doing aligns with who we want to be in the world. And isn't that a better way to be? And at the same time, and I got to say this for all of the people that have come on and emphasized this, as a leader, you cannot overlook self-care. You cannot overlook how important it is to take the time for yourself to celebrate your accomplishments and wins, something that I work really hard on, and I'm thankful for, and I appreciate the people in my network who have asked me to take a moment to stop and really appreciate this book launch and the accomplishment that it is. It's something that's very difficult for me, but I work really hard on it. And as a leader, this is a thing that happens to a lot of people, where it's difficult to take time to stop and celebrate your accomplishment. It's you rack up all of the things that you could have done better, and you never celebrate the things you did well. So make sure to take time for yourself. Take a breath, pause, and reflect, and go out there and try and be a lovable leader. I hope you do. I hope you join the movement. And if you ever want to talk about it, please just reach out to me. I'm easy enough to find. Google me. I'm super easy to find. And if you're watching this, you're already on a channel where you can easily find me. Thank you so much for tuning in for this 2-day launch event. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. All of these videos are going to be chopped up and put into different sections. And I know Future is here now. I'm going to chat with her real quickly, but we're going to do a video together at another time, and we're going to release that, and it's going to be freaking awesome because she is awesome. And we just screwed up our times together, and that happens. Things happen. Resilience would cause us to want to bounce back from such a thing. Thank you so much for joining me. Love you. I appreciate you. Go forth, be lovable leaders.